I'm not late, chat. You're late. What poppin'? You said if it says 5 minutes ago and you just got here. I'm not late, chat. You're late. Shut up. What y'all know? Y'all don't know nothing. Hope you guys are doing good today, though. That's what I do know. Today is our replay review day. These are called the Heroes Huddle. We huddle up and we go over your replay reviews. This is going to be the last day, unless you're a member, because I'll do some during the week. But this is going to be the last day before season 8 hits. Once season 8 hits, reviews get deleted. Like all the replays get deleted. So I can't look at them, which means that if there's any games that you guys want a replay review of, you got to make sure you pop them in the Discord today. Unless you're a member, then you could do it kind of during the week. But if you don't, you're cooked because I can't look at them. So make sure you get that out. I'm gonna do a quick post to my Discord because I be slacking. Let's switch. And then I'm going to. We might play a little bit, possibly after. If not, then I won't. But we only have a little bit of days left, and I want to try to hit top 5. I know it's gonna be a pretty long push. I mean, we're up, technically it's only 4 ranks. 4 ranks in 5 days isn't really that. I mean, it's kind of rough because I don't know. I have to basically get a rank a day from here on out, which is doable because it's only 5 games. But like, should I go on loss streaks or something like that? I can't really do anything. So if I don't hit it, it's more of a time constraint thing rather than an I can't thing. But I don't want to try to hit it next season because I don't have enough drive. So I just want to get it all done this second half. That's what I want to do. But we'll have to see. We'll see though. Maybe we'll have enough energy to play a little bit. Probably we're doing these for like 2.5 hours, maybe 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I want to try to get through them quicker. I notice sometimes I spend a little bit too much time on some, so I want to do it a little bit quicker. All right. I didn't even say hello to anybody. What's up, Nash? Good to see you. LFC, hello. Adolfo, what's up? I've been slacking. I'm shocked. Nash, relax. Relax. I'm doing fine. Hope you're doing well too. Puka, what's up? Okay, if you get to my review, I may be asleep. My eyes are dry. Wait. Why do you even want to review Puka? Bro, you don't even be caring about my advice. Puka, you just be trolling me. All right, I'll do yours first, since you're tired. Trying to learn how to play dive roll with Black Cat. I think I'm playing far too safe and not just going in more or going far too in and dying for no reason. This too much work. Tank is so much easier. Wait, I definitely think a dive DPS is easier than a tank. I will say Black Cat is pretty difficult though, so let's see what we got. From my gameplay from Black Cat, it's pretty similar to like believe it or not, it's kind of similar to Black Panther. Not because of the dashes, but because sometimes you don't capitalize. You have to find when you capitalize. You know? Carbon favorites confirmed. Wait. That's not what this is. If we get to my review, I'll see if my VOD review method is working. I want to see if you will call out the same mistakes I think I made, or if there's something else I need to work on. For sure. You probably will get to a lot of them today, because it's the last day. So I'll try my best. Oh, let me get... Dude, that's super loud in my ears. Is it always that loud? Why does it seem so? Is it loud to you guys? That's super loud. Let me get my pin out. I'll just say, yeah, Nash. I instantly gave you your review. Literally, as soon as you said it, before I played any game, I'm like, all right, we gotta do Nash's. You gotta do Nash's, bros. It doesn't sound loud to you, dude. That thing just blew up my eardrum. Okay. So I will say, I've only played probably about 2 to 3 hours of this character, maybe a little bit more. So a lot of the stuff I'm gonna say probably aren't intricate things. They're just things that help you as a player in general. Like I do understand. Well, honestly, dive DPS gameplay loop is low key the same with all the characters, but in terms of like her specifics, I guess that's not really something I should tell you guys because that's how I am with all the reviews. I don't play your characters down to their specifics, so I don't generally sell you anything that's like super crazy because I don't spend 3,000 hours on them like you guys do. But I just thought that I should get that out just in case you're looking for some like crazy tech or anything. I don't typically play with tech, so.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I will say what I've learned for me is just before you go for any plays, your goal is to just stack coins. So this is how I play. So generally speaking, you need enough coins to be able to make a KO, right? Like period. So you need to know how much it is. I think for me, it was around 700. That was enough to do my dashes. That was enough to get the teleport dash, and it's enough to do a couple of claw swipes. So I'm aiming for about 600 to 700. That's generally what I found good. I don't ever look for plays at 0 or a small amount because you're just gonna cancel yourself out. So that's what I do. I don't know if that's correct, but that's just how I feel does it. What's up, Kato? So your goal is to stack some coins first. And you're doing that. Okay, good. You're doing it. You're doing it. So I'll say, first things first is you're too mobile. You gotta relax. You're not really you gotta pick a target that you're gonna go for. I think how you were playing was fine before because you're not really going for anything, right? You're doing that thing where you're just playing with your food, and that's cool. That's fine. But then you start getting your coins, and I'm like, all right, you're about to make a play, and then you continue to kind of just play the same, you know? Close. I want you to just take your time when you have enough coins. Take your time, size up everything, wait for abilities to maybe be used, and then look for the play. So jumping around, getting your coins, solid, cool. But the problem is that once you have it and you're looking to get a KO, you can't get a KO if all the abilities are up. This is why having a dive tank on your team is great for a DPS, especially a dive one, because they burn everything for you, and then the dive DPS just comes in and just does the rest of the work. That's generally how it works when you have a dive DPS or a dive tank. But you're the only dive player on your team, which means that nothing is gonna get expelled. Oh wait, I'm sorry. No, I'm looking at the right side. Okay, so nothing is gonna get expelled unless either you go in and bait it yourself and leave and then come back, or you wait for the fight to generally start. You have to wait for one of those two things or do that. Otherwise, you're just going to end up in the situation where they burn things for you and you can't get a KO on it because of that. I think you win that, no? Wow. No way. No way. No way. I'd uninstalled the game right here. I'd uninstalled the game right there. But this is why I support for you to have enough coins. I would have been so mad though.
Guess I'm not so unlucky.
I would have been so mad though. Holy, I'd have been mad. So again, your goal is to get your coins and then look for a play. Get coins, look for the play. Get coins, look for the play. You're not really. Her coin system is basically like cooldowns. Because she doesn't have any, it's like her gate to cooldowns, basically. So if you play it in that mindset, you'll probably have a way easier time. It's similar to all the other characters that rely on cooldowns. So yeah, just get your coins and then look for a KO. Once you do that, I guarantee you're gonna have more success. Get your coins, look for the KO. Get about 600. For me, I've noticed that that's a pretty good spot to be in. I also want to see you come from different angles. So a lot of your gameplay, you're coming from like the front. Just try to come from the flank or from behind. Like get up and stand somewhere. Like Venom, you know, Venom doesn't usually attack like that. Venom tries to get in some locations and then he'll drop down and do his stuff. Play like that. Or like Spider. Or Daredevil. They all do it. You really want that guy. I'll say I'm pretty sure she can burst through an Ultron cone, so I wouldn't focus on taking out Ultron, only because I don't think it's necessary. You can KO someone through that drone. I'm pretty sure. Because it doesn't heal that much. So what I would do is I would look for the easiest target for you to KO. I'm pretty sure that Mantis is 250. I'm pretty sure that he is 250. And then, of course, you have Ultron, which is 250, but it's very hard to get to, and he has a barrier shield. So what you should do is you should bait, since you're playing against triple strat, you have to kind of think about it methodically. How do these people heal each other? Well, she uses leaves, and then it's like auto lock basically. He will shoot you with his gun. So like if anybody's getting attacked, he'll turn around and shoot, right? And then he's gonna have a drone on somebody, and then should you start attacking, he'll shield you. Realistically, you're probably not gonna KO through a Jeff, and you're not gonna KO through the shield. So what you should do is you should focus one of them, get him to use the shield, and then focus whichever one after that. You shouldn't focus Ultron though. Basically, focus one who uses a drone and the shield on, and then focus the other because now there's no drone or shield on that target, and the person has to look at them to get the KO. I would probably do it with Mantis first. So I would go to Mantis, see if he puts the shield on her, and then loop to Jeff and one bang him. And then loop back to Mantis and one bang her, and then job's done. That's what I would like to see. Lauren, hello. Mega J, what's up? Where do you post the code for the replay review again? It's in my Discord. Bro, I've been hating Phoenix lately. I've been hating that character lately. I'm not gonna lie. That character gets on my nerves. Why are you typing? I know you're being toxic. You see? You're doing it again. You're like frontlining. Go around, go flank, go behind, do that. You're technically an assassin. Once you get your coins, once you're done playing and you're ready to get the KO, you have to play like one. And then you go ahead and do your play. I don't know how you just got through there for free, but if we do that, okay.
Guess I'm not so only 60 seconds left.
Okay, so again, try to get around 600 before you really look for a play. This is fine though, because you're 1v winning. But you do want around 600 before you start spamming your coin abilities. I also would like to see you use your items more. I noticed you haven't been using them. I would want to see you try to use the tablet, the one that grants you funds. Try to use that every now and then because it's goated if it gives you enough. And then use your the fish one. You can drop Ultron to the ground if you use your fish one, and then you can fight him without having to work so hard. I don't really use the teleport one that often because it's not really that serious. That's a lot of money. I do use the invisible one a lot. So I would definitely queue up the invisible item and then just like have it. But you need to use your items more. Yeah, like you shouldn't have to spend it after. You should already have it queued up and then use it. That way you can play your thing more accurately. Because what's going to happen is you're going to go for a fight and then you want to spend money and then you might not have enough. Or maybe you do, but then you don't have enough to do anything else. Like if you already had it pre-planned and held and you went for the fight, got your coins, and then you know, then you don't have to worry about spending the extra 250 or whatever it is for that. You already have it in your pocket and you're ready to make your play with it. This character is really just all about setting up and then looking for the play. That's all that it is. Have enough money, have your items good to go. It's basically like if you're playing an MMO getting ready for a dungeon. You got to make sure that you have the right armor. You got to make sure that you have the potions or whatever that you need. Whatever you need for it, you got to be ready because you can't go out and get it anymore. You know, you have to make sure that you have it in and you're ready. That's basically what she is. Like the gold is you leveling up, right? The items is your armor. Once you got your stuff and you're ready to fight the boss, then go fight the boss. There's no reason for you to try to do it and grind the boss for your items when you can just, you know, get it all beforehand and then just one-shot the boss. The way you're playing it is like she's already strong, and she's not like that. She has to ramp up a little bit and get ready. It might look like she is giga strong, but a lot of it is just because she's annoying. And so people confuse her being annoying with her doing the damage. It's similar to Spider-Man. Like he could be annoying, but maybe the player isn't actually trying to do damage. They're just being annoying on purpose. But you don't know that. It looks like he's trying to do damage to you. And then when he actually does do damage, you're like, oh my God, blah, 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 blah. That's how Black Cat works. About 80% of the time, she's not really doing anything. She's just annoying and moving around and just And it looks like she's might be trying to KO you right there, but she's not. She's just playing with you. And then when she does KO you, that's the problem. And I think when players learn to counter characters like that, and they understand that, well, right now, she's not actually trying to KO. She's just trying to get me low, play around, and get her gold. You can ignore that for a little bit until she commits. And that's what you want to do. You want to start playing around and then commit later. You don't commit instantly. Once you change that up, you'd have an easier time. Like even here, you didn't have enough gold to really make the play, and you went for it anyway. I mean, you still might get it off. We'll see, but I didn't think so. You didn't have enough gold. Maz the Slick, hello. Got erased by Black Cat like 12 times. Hey, just because I have a problem with Phoenix, I don't think that she's broken. I just think that she's a problem lately. I don't think that... The reason I don't think Phoenix is broken is because people don't know how to play Phoenix at that level to be broken. You know, she's just stupid. But she's not baseline OP. So yeah, honestly, these three things would help you out so much. One, about 600 gold, making a play. After you get more used to how she functions and how she works, then you can go ahead and try to get less gold and make plays, like really get your math down. But from what I have played, the rough spot is about 600. Once you get more intricate and you learn more, you can fiddle with that number, but just as a baseline healthy number, 600 is pretty solid in my opinion. Two, use Q/use your items more. You're not using them. It's just kind of like being wasted. That's the whole character's kit, really. And then 3, look for flanks / behind attacks. You're way too focused on attacking from... You just attack a lot. Just relax. Just relax. You attack quite a bit. Those are the 3 things that I think you got to work on. Yeah, that's pretty much how it is, LFC. That's why my list looked... The first time, the list looked really funky. Because I was like, what I'm saying... I don't trust this tier list. I mean, it's a good tier list, but like I am skewing it a little bit too much. And so then I had to redo another tier list, and I was like, this time I'm gonna try to do the potential rather than the actual player. So I put her at high A, but I don't think she's S just because she still has glaring weaknesses. I think people who are S should have no weaknesses really, or very few. I think A is still good though. Why are you typing? Play the game. So here, try to go for a flank or something. And this is something that all players that play dive or flankers need to learn. Is like if the fight is here, You got to figure out a way to get here, 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 whatever. You got to figure out a way to get around there. This is just an example. This is not the actual like map drawing. I'm just, you know, if the fight has a place that is taking place and you got to figure out how to go around it, what you're trying to do is go through it. That's not how that works. You need to figure out a way to go around that's not occupied. And then when you do that, you're chilling. So instead of going this way, when we see the fight is actually happening over here as well, you just come this way, maybe drop down, go through the portal in, come back out there, and now you're behind. This is the setup phase. Don't see it as like, well, if I do all that popping, that's a lot of time wasted and I'm not fighting. And that's the setup phase. Generally, nothing happens there. So you have enough time to do this. Once you do that, you're in position to make some plays when your team actually gets ready to fight and you can make it happen. Look how low this person is. If you did what I just said, you'd KO her because she wouldn't even known that you were there unless she paid really close attention. But they don't know who teleports. They just know they heard it, you know? So, again, I think your gameplay would get a lot easier once you do the 3 things that we talked about, which is try to get your gold, use your items more, and flank more often, and get behind. If you can do that, you're going to realize how easy it is to play your character. Because she's not as difficult as you think. You're just making it way more difficult than it needs to be. I will say there's a learning curve with that character, but I'm not going to say that she is just some crazy thing to learn. She's very easy once you get her. It's like Gambit. It's like at the start, it's like, bro, what? But once you get used to him, it's like, oh, I get you. That's pretty much how she works. Those are the things that I think would just drastically improve the gameplay right then and there. If I were to say to start off on anything, though, it'd be trying to get your goal before you make a play, period. And then try to work on using your items. And then start working on your flanking. So pretty much in the order that I wrote it. I don't think there's much more to look at because I think that's just going to be the consistency. Are you typing? Are you being toxic? Are you being toxic? You see? Yeah, you're doing it again. So we're going to leave it there just because it's going to be that reoccurring like habit, I'm pretty sure. But I'll keep checking. I just think that's just going to continue to happen. It's like, you know how to fight, but you know how to only fight from the front. It's weird because you play Angela, but I guess you play Rogue as well, which would make more sense. But Angela doesn't. Well, you look to flank there. Wait, what? Just be a little bit more consistent with it. I flank a lot of Angela. Okay. So you should already have the flank thing going. Yeah, your gameplay is one of those, like, if you let me roll you, I'll roll you. If you don't let me roll you, then I'll get clapped. And it's only because of how you approach. That's all that it is. You probably would easily clap these people if you just approach from a different angle at all times. Because your mechanics are pretty decent, you know? Not like you don't know what you're doing. Looks like it's fine to me. I do like this. Okay, I don't like that you overstayed, but I like the thought process. That was actually very smart. But the thing is, you have to time everybody's KOs, though, to make sure that you're not going to get collapsed on like that. But staggering them is huge, and I do like that attempt. It was a good attempt for sure. Still kind of coming from the front instead of behind or the side, and you also didn't have enough money. It's just the same thing. You're trying to come from the top now. Okay. You got that. Bro, does Hook Bubble doesn't allow her to get coins, right? I know the shield for Cap doesn't allow her to get coins when she does her little claw swipe. So I'm gonna assume that Hulk Bubble doesn't either. I am Asgard's might. You know, I might play more Hulk next season.
1, 2.
I've been wanting to, but man, he's so slow. You know what? I'm lying because they're gonna release another tank, and Hulk's gonna get the back burner like a mofo. So I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Hulk might have to sit that back seat down. Cat might too. Honestly, if I hit top 5 this half, I'm not touching Cap for a very long time. Y'all like, Papa, you BSing right now. Shut up. Look, don't try to call me out. Y'all know nothing. I do what I want. Use cover, fool. That's a funny name. I got to D3, and I've been losing game after game. Went from a 54% win rate down to a 45% win rate. I feel like I'm doing my part, but know I can do a lot of things better to level up my gameplay. I just want any tips on anything that I'm not already doing, or if you can point out any flaws or spot my weakness so I can fix them to get better. Thanks in advance. No problem. Let's check it out. I honestly don't notice much of a difference from platinum to diamond. So if you're on a hard lose streak, well, I won't say you're on a loss streak, but if you went from 54 to 45, I don't know. I don't notice much of a difference between platinum and diamond. So I'm curious to see what we're gonna look at. Maybe I put Hulk on the back banner. Huh? Let me stop. Poisonous, what's up? You almost love playing Hulk more than Mag? Okay, bro. Mag is not fun. Mag is not fun. Mag is like eating your vegetables. You know, it's like you don't want to, but you have to. That's Magneto, bro. That's pretty much how it works. All right. Get out. Insanely accurate. Yo, that's it. That's how it is. All right, so whenever you're pushing, you should never have your shield on full. Here's how you really play Emma. What you're trying to do, you got to think of it kind of like Groot walls. Emma is a Groot. People that play Groot don't really understand how Groot works, and so they're like, how are my walls always getting broken? It's so insane, and the enemy Groot walls are never broken, blah, 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 blah. It's really because you're not using the walls right. The goal of the Groot wall isn't to put it behind somebody and then get damage. I mean, that is a sub goal, but it's not the main goal. What you're trying to do is you're trying to cut off line of sight. What we notice right here is there's 4 characters lined up as Emma, because you basically have infinite like shield spot. I don't know if it's infinite, but it's far. You can try to line it up, and once you get really good at it, you can put it between these two. If you put it in front of her, it's gonna break. You have to try to put it behind her while in front of those two. It's gonna cut them off, and they're gonna have to walk forward. But honestly, even blocking them for 2 seconds is enough to KO whatever you're shooting at. So you should be putting it up right now to cause pressure and to walk forward. Even right here, you put the shield as you're approaching, and he can't get healed for 2 seconds. Not even 2, maybe it's like 1 second. That's enough to KO him. You win point. So I want you to learn how to push with your shield. You're just walking at him. But you haven't used your shield once. There it goes. But why do we wait to use it when it's that close? You have to learn how to use it from a distance as well, not just from right in front of you. I would have never went for that grab. That was crazy. Like, I respect it, but that was crazy.
This queen's reign isn't over.
So off the bat, like I said, I just want you to use your shield more. You did it there, but for what though? Yeah, you gotta use your shield more. Wait, you gotta use your crystal pull more too. You're very sparing with your abilities. You gotta spam. Like, this character, you can spam. It might not seem like you can spam, and that was my initial reaction when I first started playing her as well. It was like, I have to time everything spam. I'm telling you. Spam crystals whenever you have them. If you want to wait to try to get a secure on a KO, that's fine too. I don't just mean like spam it just cause. Like, have a reason to spam it. I'm trying to chunk this tank so he backs off. I'm trying to chunk this diver so he backs off. I'm trying to use it to get a KO secure. Fine, cool. But you should just not, you shouldn't be waiting for the perfect time. The same thing with your shield and your diamond form. You need to be spamming it, but obviously have a reason to spam it. Right now, you're kind of just holding on to things a little bit too long. Just like you're waiting for the perfect opportunity. I like the positioning here. See, like right there, grab him. Like right now, grab him. He's cooked. You still aren't grabbing this guy. You see how you're waiting for the perfect time to do stuff? You're in a rank right now where you could take advantage of everybody, but you have to learn how to play the game. And it's very important that you learn this skill, because if you start climbing, you're going to get to a rank where in order to punish them, you have to find the specific route to punish them. And if you don't already start, you won't know what it looks like in the future. Does that make sense? So you have to really get into this motion of like taking advantage right then and there. So that way you can understand what it looks like. And then when you get to a higher rank, you clap at the cheeks. Okay? You can't clap the cheeks without practice. That's all I'm trying to say. I like the cover usage. Don't push her when she has that going. You just let it wear out. The Scarlet Witch, don't push that. You just let it go. You were fine where you were. Good grab. Now you can push that. They're down. Put the shield behind Penny. Where is your shield? Where did you? Where is your? Oh, it's over there. Yeah, you need to use your shield more. You gotta spam. Look, I'm writing a doctor's prescription. You need to start spamming your abilities more. Okay? It's easy, okay? Step 1, set up, say buns. Like, kiss my buns or you're a bun hole. Let me stop. Yo, if y'all know where that's from, you guys are actually... You guys are goated. I mean, I just think you guys got run over. I don't know if there's anything to say about it. Sometimes you just lose fights. But I'm gonna check one more time just to make sure. Is he behind you? Or is he up there? Where is he? I hear him, but I don't see him. Bro, am I blind? Oh, he is blind? Where are you? Oh. I was like, where are you relative to him? Okay, yeah, grab that guy. That's literally all it is you're not using your abilities. That's all that it is. You're waiting for the perfect opportunity to use your abilities, and it never shows up, and you're holding your abilities for way too long. Spam your abilities, use them more often. I guarantee you, you'll be winning more matches. That is literally all that it is. I haven't seen anything in your gameplay other than I'm not using my abilities. Your positioning is quite fine. Your aggression is calculated. You're not really doing anything that you don't need to do. You're not doing anything crazy at all. Everything is just you're not using your character's abilities. That's all that it is. Use her abilities more often. You will be doing work. It's like, it's weird because it's like when you use your abilities, you're either waiting for something really specific or you're using them for no reason. It's never just I'm using them for a reason and I'm using it a lot. It's like I'm waiting for the most opportune moment, bro. And then the other one is like, I'm in trouble. I'm gonna just spam whatever to hope I don't get KO'd. And it never works ever. You get KO'd every single time. So you put them together. Spam a lot, but also, look out for the moments where you can do something and be perfect about it. If you walk forward, put the shield forward. If you look to have someone next to you and they're overextended, grab them. If you're trying to force a tank out, grab them as a crystal. If you're trying to execute them, grab them as a crystal. Like, use your stuff more often, and I guarantee you, you would not be having trouble here. You'd probably be easily skyrocketing yourself to like Diamond 1 by now.
Down to 30 seconds.
Well, what are you waiting for?
You to use your abilities, Emma. That's what I'm waiting for. Let me stop. I'm toxic. Don't get reviews from me. Oh! I would have stayed in Diamond for him, but that was a good grab. Let her know. Let her know. Pure what, boo? Pure choke slam. Alright, move forward. You don't have to stay on the cart. You have a whole team. Like, go do something. Okay, I know sometimes you guys might be scared, but look, when you cap the cart and you walk off, you can walk. You're like, popping, it still drains. It drains regardless because it's overtime, but you won't lose if you have it capped. It'll keep moving. Now, obviously, I do understand a lot of players might not want to walk off the cart, but if you're not in a fight, go. If you are in a fight, strategist, please don't get on the cart. You only are on the cart when it's moving. But if you guys are fighting, don't get on the cart. I was actually watching this one streamer. I don't follow them, but I popped in. And I was watching this one streamer. And I guess she was getting coached by her friend or something like that. And bro, chat, look. It's hard to watch someone tell someone else what to do. In this game in particular, or any game that I know about, because if I coach it or I do reviews for it and I see something that's like objectively incorrect, I want to say something so bad. But I always remind myself that it's not my place. I'm not here to backseat and nothing like that, So I really don't type or say anything to it. I just kind of grit my teeth and be like, because I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that know-it-all guy. And if you ask me, I'll tell you. Otherwise, if it's not in my stream or my YouTube videos, I don't really say much. But this person was telling the player to stay on the cart because it's overtime. And the player was really good positioning-wise. They did not get close to the cart. They were really far away. Not super far, but they were far enough. It's like, I'll show it. So basically, if the fight was taking place on the cart, this was on a different map. It wasn't this one. The fight's on the cart. The player was standing like here. Maybe had a little bit of cover or something, a little bit, but they were standing there. And the person on the call were like, go get on the cart. It's overtime. Get on the cart. Get on the cart. I'm like, what? Mind you, they were winning the fight. And everybody was on the cart but the supports. It's like, get on the cart. You gotta get on the cart. You gotta get on the cart. You gotta get on the cart. Get close. And I'm like, dude, do you realize if she gets KO'd, the fight is over, bruv. No, you don't ever get on the cart as a strategist if the fight is in progress. All it takes is for you to get a stray shot or a stray AoE smack and you're KO'd. And you might be like, well, Poppin', if I'm not on the cart and my team gets KO'd, we lose. Bruh, you lose if you get KO'd. You don't have an option. Either you stay alive and be the last one left, or you go on the cart thinking that, oh, I need to be on the cart and get KO'd and the whole fight's over. Regardless, you lose. So why don't you try to do the thing that helps your team win more than the other way around? There is no I stay on the cart as a strategist. Unless everybody's about to get KO'd, and you literally need to get on a cart, or your team walks off of it, because it does happen. Your team starts pushing and walks off of it, expecting you to be on it. Then you slowly go on the cart and hold it. But your team is moving. If they are actually fighting on the cart, you should never be on the cart. Never. Whoever says that is a liar. Don't ever be on the cart as a strat. That makes no sense at all. So, anyway. get back to the point. It's okay for you to walk off because your team was already on the cart. You know, nobody was fighting on the cart. You can move. But I just wanted to get that out the way in terms of, in general, it's okay to walk off the cart. Wanting your support to be on the cart. Yeah, I don't understand. And the worst part is the player that was getting the call was bronze and they were new to the game. So I felt super bad because I was like, you're already giving them things that are objectively incorrect and will be punished if they were to want to play till gold or platinum or diamond or however far they want to play to. You're objectively telling them to do the incorrect play that was going to make them lose games more often than not. If it were like a higher rank game, I wouldn't care. But if you're new and you're bronze, it's kind of like, it sucks that you're getting fed this incorrect information, but it's also not my place to correct it, so I won't. You know what I mean? It's one of those type of situations. I love the Nest gameplay. How do you feel about avocado-based pasta sauce? I feel like I've tried it and it wasn't my thing. But maybe I'm thinking about avocado ranch. Yeah, I think I'm thinking about avocado ranch. I might like it. I always hate when it's in overtime. I'm fighting on the cart and I see supports right next to me. Yeah. Especially when it's like a rocket or something. Like, bro, you can be in another dimension and heal us. What are you doing? You were off making dinner? Did you miss anything noteworthy? Not really. We're just talking about how this player doesn't use their abilities that often because they're waiting for the perfect moment. And sometimes that's never going to happen. It's like they wait for the perfect moment or they just panic and start spamming it. But if they use their abilities more often, they'd definitely be a way better player. Like, without a doubt. Because they're not bad at all. It's just they're not using their kit. They're playing half of their character throughout majority of the match. Like, you see how long that shield took to come out? You see how long she used the crystal? You see how long it took for her to use diamond? That was like a whole 30 seconds of gameplay and not one ability was used until the last second. That's... Nah, you know what I mean? Again, it's not like they're bad. It's just they don't use their abilities. They gotta use it more. Okay, like this. Like the nest. I don't mind what you were doing, but the problem with where you're standing right now is it's rough. Because look how far you have to take to walk back. If you wanted to do this, you should have been doing it from this angle. So that way, if you had to walk back, you're retreating back through cover. But here, you have to go through the whole, like through the threshold, and they can all shoot you from there as you cross, and you're just never gonna make it out. No matter which character you are, you're cooked. But if you do it from this way and you peek your head out and they were to follow you, you're using cover every second you retreat. So I would just say do it that way. I don't think the initial play was bad. I just think how we executed it could have been executed a little bit better. That's all.
All they did was make me angrier.
All they did was make me angrier. Oh, that's unfortunate. So much is still the same thing. I'm just looking for some differences. The bright side is you're just replicating the same thing over and over. You're not really having any crazy mistakes. It's just the same thing you're doing over and over.
Look who's here. I was fine, but thank you.
And that's a good thing because it means you have a really consistent gameplay. If you find that your mistakes are over here, over there, over there, over there, over there, over there, that's kind of a problem. That means your gameplay is a little bit too dynamic. But if you find that you're making the same mistakes over and over and you realize it, it might not be the ones that I would notice, but you notice you're making the same mistakes, then you can deduce that your gameplay is pretty consistent. and that's a good thing because it's easy to improve when you know, like, oh, I got to work on this. Okay, I got to get better at that, but I'm still doing the same thing.
I'm back. And now there's hellfire to pay.
That defeat tilted me a lot. Hey, we all get tilted. We all crash out. I've been having very little last hits in my games, and I've been getting KO'd quite a bit. And I don't know if it's because I was tired or what, because I played a couple of games off stream, and I had a really high KO count. It was like 8. You guys are probably like 8, bro? What? That's not high. It's pretty high. And I would have like 8, and I'm just like, I need to lower these. These are way too high. So for you, by the way, the best thing I recommend is just using your abilities more often. Again, I don't really think you're doing anything crazy. I think it's just you're not using your abilities. You're waiting for the perfect moment, or if you get flustered, you spam, which just don't do that. Use them more. Don't get so flustered. Stay calm, and you probably would be way better. It's just you're not using your abilities. Like whenever you do anything, use your abilities to assist you with it, because that's what they are. The abilities are designed to assist you with what your plan is. It's not just there to use for perfect timing. Whatever your goal is, you have abilities to help complement that, to complement you so you can reach that goal. It is not just there to wait for the perfect moment for everything. Even if you're like, well, they have a Scarlet Witch and I was waiting to grab, or they have a Strange I was waiting to grab, that's why I didn't use my diamond form. Well, like, again, those are things that don't happen. Like, you could probably get 2 or 3 rotations of your diamond before they get their ultimate, which then you can deal with later, you know? So that's what I recommend. This game, which we genuinely had no business losing, and although my Psylocke improved, definitely, I hit a wall at the end of the match and was getting countered. Was wondering what I could have done differently. Man, I hate Psylocke. I've been banning Psylocke lately. That freaking annoying hero. Golly. That character is just beyond broken. I hate Psylocke, bro. The sad part is not many people play that character, so I just keep thinking it's a waste, and then once she gets through, I'm just like, I knew it. I knew I should have banned you. I don't even see a Psylocke. What? That's the right game? It is. Wait.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Wait. Okay, so you put DPS. So either you swap to her later, or you have the wrong replay. Okay. Why are you on cap? What you doing? What you trying to impress me? Hold up. You gotta take me on a date first. Did we have 3 tanks? Oh, we did. All right, let's see what we got here. Are we getting a strat VOD now? Probably. I'm just going through the list. I'm not even looking for a specific role. I'm just trying to get as many done as possible. I don't know if we have a strat replay. Can you get an Apex review? Look. Don't start nothing. Don't start nothing.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Out of sight.
That's rough. So obviously you're trying to stall the point here. So I got nothing to say.
Born once more. You're mine.
But we'll talk more about how you should be playing in your positioning and whatnot. Yeah. You was 45 minutes review when you typed that? Wait, you typed that 45 minutes ago? Does her outfit go back to her original when she goes in this? No? Looks like the swimming pool outfit, right? It looks so different to me. Maybe it doesn't.
Healing magic. Lovely. This will do nicely.
You won't be needing that.
All right, so there's two ways to play Psylocke. The first way is ult charge farm. The second way is, golly, it's like the demon version of Psylocke. Like, I hate that version so much. Basically, the demon version of Psylocke, like the real version of this character, which is why she's broken, is you got to learn how to play the entire fight. It's not just let me hit here, let me get a KO there, let me do that. No, you got to be like in that junk, man. You got to be like over there, over there, over there, over there, over there. It's super hard to deal with this character when she's played like that. It's similar to, what's a good character that's like that? Magic. Magic sometimes, I mean, Psylocke is way better at it, but Magic sometimes feels like, bruh, where is this character? Like, she comes in, then she teleports there, and then she slides that way, and you're like, oh my god. Like, granted, she's not an assassin, so it's easier to track her. But the concept is the same. You do that with Psylocke, and you have two invisibility abilities. Two invisibility abilities? Never thought I would say that. And you have two dashes that obviously get refunded as you use your abilities. So you should be looking to dip and dive in the entire fight. It's a weird way to play, but I guarantee you, if you Psylocke players learn to do this, you're gonna realize how busted she is and be like, oh, this is why Poppin says she's stupid. It's so insane. But a lot of Psylocke players don't play like that. I don't know really when the rank threshold is for when you get that good. Honestly, maybe it's like Celestial Psylocke players. I don't know, but it gets to that point where it's a problem.
By the eye of Agamotto.
But like, if you look at your gameplay, you see how like you're not moving a lot. Like with Psylocke, you got to get active. You're just kind of there. You're kind of existing.
They made it halfway.
You have to move.
Stop that vehicle.
You see, even now, you're not really active. You're just kind of like floaty. You see, you're like, I'm floating here, I'm over here, I'm floating over here, I'm over here. Nothing is really deliberate, nothing is really precise.
Now might be a good time to
And
slow
that's
down.
what makes Psylocke really strong. It's like being deliberate, being precise with your movements and your ability usage. Right now, it's just like shooting that. You know, just kind of all over the place. Using your abilities to reposition and stuff like that. You know, doing a little bit here, a little bit there. Now you got to get in there. Like even right there, you have two dashes and you don't slice that. Slice that. Boom. Slice it back. Bow, like Genji. Genji. That's Psylocke. Psylocke is Genji. Chat, am I wrong? That's correct, yeah? Psylocke is Genji. You have to be active, bro. I don't even play Overwatch like that. But I just know there's a difference between like a Genji and like a okay Genji, right? Like the Genji, that fool is everywhere. But like the regular one, kind of just, you're just existing. You gotta get to that level of gameplay. You gotta get to that active version of Psylocke, and I guarantee you, you're gonna be like, bro, what the fuck? What the? Like, that's literally how it is. But you're not playing like that. You just gotta be a little bit more confident, I think. I will say, Psylocke is definitely one of those characters that you gotta be brave on. To get the most out of it, you gotta be brave. Like, you gotta be really brave. You can't be scared. You have to use all of your abilities all the time.
Give up so easy. Step aside.
Because she's a reset character, right? Like, at the end of the day, they wouldn't allow her to reduce her cooldowns if they didn't want you to use them all the time, yeah? So use them all the time.
Double kill.
Like, period. A lot of the times that we see Psylocke players playing is just when they get their ultimate. And they get their ultimate, they want to become active all of a sudden, and, you know. But you could do a lot more. Like, even right there, just dash. Look, dash! You have to start doing that. Use your dash for damage more often. I also kind of want to see you flank more, but that's neither here nor there. That's not really the problem right now. That's just me adding fuel to the fire. Did you get KO'd? Oh, you did. That's me adding fuel to the fire, but...
Behold the god of thunder!
Like, even here, you're still in the front. Like, I would like to see you go flank more. It's weird. Every Psylocke player that I've either coached or that I've reviewed, y'all don't flank. Is there something that, like, is there a guide out there that says not to flank or something? Like, what are we doing? Why do you guys have the kit built for it and you never do it? And then you have characters that do not have the kit to flank and they always do it. But Psylocke's never flank. Your kit is literally designed to go do stuff. And I just always see them do the same. Like, go get active. That was better. Psylocke does so much damage, bro. I hate that character so much.
Score is 0-2-2. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Jesus! What is that about?
I have step aside.
Let's hope those goats are ready to go.
Light guides me. A shield. Healing magic. Light guides me.
You gotta go flank. It's the same thing. You're not flanking and you're not being active with your abilities. You're very slow in your pacing, and Psylocke doesn't really like that. You know, Psylocke wants to be fast. She wants to play quick. She wants to be in there and then out of there. But a lot of your KO potential is really just someone else setting you up, and then you just take it after that. Like, even here, go forward, go set up, go position for another spot. You don't need to sit on the card.
Didn't expect a goat herding to be part of safety.
That was good. I like that you used your dash for that one. It's like you kind of know what to do. It's just you're not doing it more often.
Step aside.
You're gaming, you're gaming. Okay, we didn't need to burn two abilities there. Your offense is way better than your defense, by the way. Like, it's clear you'd rather play offense than defense. Which I don't really see how that's a thing in this particular case. I mean, maybe the thing about DPS and playing on defense is, like, you guys don't really have to change your play style. You play the exact same. You do whatever you want to do. But you can see how much you're more playmaking now on offense for some magical reason when the same plays were literally set up for you on the first round when you were playing defense.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Look, I don't understand how you're so much more active now than before. Oh, that guy was waiting for you. Maybe you got your confidence up? I still don't like that you use two abilities at once like that. Like you go, you
By the
you dash and go invisible, and then you don't have a dash and you don't have your invisibility. I don't like how you keep doing that. I would like to see you use your abilities more sparingly, more decisively. And again, I'd like to see you flank more. Murray, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, like that. You see? You have abilities to spare, you're able to get out. That's what I want to see. The slow and deliberate usage. Not just pressing buttons to press them. Like, being active doesn't mean spam. You see it? You're making plays, you're flanking, you didn't do any of this in the first half. I don't know why. Again, you're spamming abilities when you don't have to. Now you don't have your invisibility. Okay, this is rough. This is rough. It's like your gameplay is so inconsistent that you do the extreme of one and then the extreme of the other. So what I mean by that is you're very extreme when you're doing nothing but farming ult charge, and then you're very extreme when you make a play. And that leads to some very, very inconsistent gameplay, which leads to a lot of mistakes. Because if you are extreme on being passive, you're not looking for opportunities. But if you're extreme on being active, you're just doing too much when you don't need to. So the extreme of being passive, you're just kind of hovering and floating and just not really being deliberate. And, you know, you're just shooting whatever and hanging around. The extreme on being active is you're just spamming all your abilities. You don't have any after you're dashing and going invisible to then just end up in the same exact spot showing yourself. Well, why did you go invisible if you were going to dash in that spot anyway? They heard you. You're not, you know, the sound cue is there that you just dash right next to them. It's stuff like that where you're just doing things to do things, and it works sometimes and it doesn't work other times. If you start having the extremes meet each other in the middle, you'll start realizing it's so much easier to play the game, and you'll start realizing it's so much easier to be successful with your gameplay. Because right now, it's all over the place. I don't think you necessarily are bad. I don't think you have bad mechanics. I don't think you have bad really anything. It's a lot of your decision making and timing that is off. And that's generally what it is about DPS players. DPS is a role where people really focus on how to get the KOs rather than what to do in a match. And so you get a lot of people who do end up hitting walls because they really don't understand what to do next. They're like, well, I learned my magic combos. I learned my Iron Fist combos, my Daredevil combos, my Psylocke combos. I learned my Hela stuff, my Phoenix stuff, and I can't climb. I don't understand. Because there's more to the game than that. And every character, doesn't really matter which role, but every character will reach a wall eventually where it's like, I can't really climb anymore unless I learn game sense. And that's where you are right now. It's like everything that you do is pretty good, but you just lack the game sense and the understanding of when to do what and why. And I think if you get that down, you would have a way easier time climbing for sure. The bright side is that's only half of the battle, and you already have the other half complete, which is learning your character. The downside is that's a lot to know. that's a different way of gameplay. But once you get it, you got it. And so that's the bright side about it. It's like once you get it, you got it. You just have to think more. I don't really have a way to tell you how to do that. You just have to think about it more. And really just ask yourself, why am I using this ability? Why am I going for this play? Why am I shooting this target? Those type of things. When you start asking yourself questions mid-gameplay, you'll be able to really answer a lot of them. And sometimes you'll get to the point where you don't really have an answer for it. And if that's the case, that definitely means you need to stop and really weigh the pros and cons of the situation. What I recommend is that I would watch a replay maybe 2 days after, and ask yourself when you go, make it a loss, make it one where you did really bad, and then ask yourself every time you got KO'd, what was I even going for? What was I doing? I guarantee you'll be like, bro, I don't know. Past self, what was you doing? Present self, I got no clue. You was the one piloting me. I don't like. It's crazy how much you think you're doing something correctly in the moment, and then when you watch it a couple days later, you're like, bro, I don't. What? Bro, what happened? What game are we playing? You're gonna see it, and once you see it, and you break that mental barrier down, where it's like, oh man, I didn't realize I do stuff like this. It'll all start coming together, and you'll see exactly what I mean. Wait, Productions, you were 3 Diamond? Sometimes I really don't know who you guys are. That's crazy. You guys come and be like, that was me. And it's like, huh? They're like, yep, that was me. Very low level, but was so hyped about this solo tank game. It was like my 2nd or 3rd time playing group. Wait, we are failure. Why do you want me to look at it if you don't really want anything? Is it a glaze? A glaze bod? Sora? I know that you hit Eternity, I'm pretty sure. Yeah? So you're not Celestial 3 anymore, but it doesn't really matter. We can still look at it. So they said, it's my first time playing White Fox, and I saw you playing here. I want you to tell me what I did wrong and what I did right. And the match is a heavy dive. I play mostly tank, but I can play support if my team needs it. All right. Let's see. Let's jam it out. Y'all do know I love me some White Fox. I love me the Fox of White. Who are we again? Because I forgot. Let me see. Oh, Sora from Kingdom Hearts. I don't see your name, bud. Oh, yeah, I do. Dude, I am blind. What's going on today? Jesus.
You guys are actually here, right? Or am I imagining this?
Who wants to see something? All you need to do is capture the mission area.
All right, first time playing White Fox. One thing I'll say is White Fox is really all about positioning. Because you can teleport anywhere you want to, you can do some crazy stuff. I wouldn't use my shield like that because knowing their team comp, they're just waiting for you to do that and then you're cooked. What I would do is I would wait. Now you could be like what Papa and I was giving him the shield so I can kind of heal myself, and then I was gonna use it to hit for him to block things while he throws. I mean, it's not worth it. Get it. You'll get one bang. Dude, that's spooky. Look at them. That's spooky, bro. That's some like Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers stuff. What? Oh, no. Bro, I would lose it. You turn around and you see 3 diamonds. I would lose it, bro. What? That's scary. I would actually lose it. Oh, Lord. That's spooky. I would lose it. That's spooky. Holy crap. That was, yeah, that was spooky. All right, so the trick with White Fox is look at the ground. I know you have more damage if you hit him directly and you have more heals if you hit him directly, but realistically, it's hard to hit things that move like that. Throw it at the ground. You will hit him every time. Just throw it at the ground and jump around. He has to actually hit you or you don't. If you do that, it's harder for him to play. A really, really cool trick about it too is if you're dealing with the spider, try to put someone between you and spider, because his webs obviously can't go through, and then you can kind of get away with that as well. Like, don't be afraid to throw it at the ground, especially when you're pocketing or trying to do damage. Consistency is better than more. It's like at the end of the day, if you let's just say you throw one ball for 50 damage and you throw it at the ground for 30. Well, if you throw one for 30 and another hits for 60, but you throw one for 50, I mean that's drastic because it ain't that much of a difference. But you throw one for 50 and you miss the second one, well, objectively, the one on the ground did more healing and or more damage because it was consistent. And if you keep lining this up, the one on the ground that bounces is going to be overshadowing the direct hit because of the inconsistency. So never be afraid to throw it at the ground if you need to, if in hectic times, or at the wall or whatever. So for this, because you're playing White Fox, intentionally position yourself in a different location than the other support, because a lot of dive characters like to have two supports sitting on each other, weirdly enough. If you are in another area and then you can just teleport, you're making them waste their entire cooldown on you, and by the time they get it back, you're good to go. Also, what you're doing is you're making it so that they waste their attention on you, and your invisible woman is okay to play the game. If you guys are both sitting on each other, no matter if they hit or not, they're going to let in something on somebody. But if you're split, they have to focus harder on trying to hit you because you're not collateral damage. We need a new pair of pants. That's funny. Yeah, that was wild. They were really ready for that. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. I will say too, for anybody that plays White Fox, when you go melee, just be careful dashing. It's much easier for you to just tail whip somebody and then slice them. Because if you dash, you'll miss most of the time, especially if you're doing it off reaction. And then you're like in the middle of nowhere with no one around. And they're going to get KO'd. But if they dive you, just go into melee and smack them with your tail, which lifts them up and they can't really do anything for a second. And then you can start slicing them. And that should be enough to keep you healthy. Especially like Spider-Man. Spider-Man grabs you, knocks you up. We'll hit him with your tail and you're good. And then slice him. He can't fight you back. A lot of characters actually can't fight you once you... Like, divers seem like the problem, but every diver has a sequence of combos they need to land in order to KO a strategist. And it's up to you as a strategist player to understand these combos and then avoid them. Same thing with Invis. It's like a lot of Invis players will see Spider-Man do his web and then jump out. And then he'll just track them. Once he slings in, he'll track them even if they're invisible, get the combo, and then she's cooked. You have to wait for him to get to you, knock you up, then you go invisible. Or knock you up and then push him back. Because he has no way to gap close after that. I mean, good Spider-Man will try to figure some stuff out, not gonna lie to y'all, but like majority of them won't. Black Panther's the same way. Once he throws a spear at you and dashes, let that one hit, but he's gonna try to throw another one or he's gonna try to do a spin kick. That's when you jump and you do your thing. So these are the things that you have to understand when it comes to divers. It's not all of them. Not all of them can actually KO you once you get away. And strategists have a lot of ways to avoid it. They just mistime it and then get KO'd. And they're like, oh my god, DPS dive is OP. Which they are in my opinion, but there's ways to avoid them without getting constant peel. Bro, is that the spider? Dude, that guy is serious. I mean, there wasn't much you guys could do. You just got run over. How many of you guys use custom crosshairs? I have default on all of my characters. Do you guys do it for the flare, or do you guys do it because it helps you aim better? Because I know I've seen someone that was in our chat. They were like, well, I have the X-Men style crosshair. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Because they're like the X-Men characters. It looks like you're on comms. I'm not gonna lie to you. Not saying that's bad, but I'm just saying it looks like they're playing with you a lot more than people generally play with others. Whereas obviously my climb is without comms. Unless you just have a really lucky team in this game that really care about you and love you. But you gotta set yourself up for success. And that's why I said positioning is very important, because you can get a lot of off angles, but be able to teleport away from danger whenever you have it. And you also have to be a lot more sparing with your melee form. That was a very good ult. Sparing with your melee form, again, because your team isn't there to help you out should you mess up. Right now, it kind of seems like you're getting away with a lot more than you should get away with, and that's generally because either they are not that great in this match, or your team is really helping you out.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Control lost.
You use a small X to aim. I personally do it when it's just a dot. Use a little plus. Oh, I have seen yours though. I feel like I've seen obviously yours too, Lauren. Maybe it's gonna aim better because it's less distracting to you. But the default is just like a white circle. Just bland. Do you guys get distracted when you see me play default crosshair? Or you guys generally just get more distracted when you see someone else with like a really ugly crosshair? I think mostly for that game, like I said, I think your team cared about you a lot, and there's a lot you were getting away with. Your positioning wasn't bad. I don't think it was bad at all, but I do think you can create more opportunities should you position away instead of on top of your team like that. There's a time and place for everything though, so it's more of a suggestion, not really telling you to always do it. But I found more success having better angles because it allows me to do more damage, but also allows me to stay safe. Should I need to teleport, I can. And a situation like you had, I think again you were on comms, or maybe you're playing with a duo, because there are times where you have these divers sit on top of you and the other strategist, and they're diving together, and nothing happens. Very rarely do people that don't use comms protect 3 dives at once. It just doesn't really happen. And so, and again, nothing's wrong with you using comms or being in a squad or whatever. I'm just saying, if you do want to play without comms one day or something like that, this would help you more, because they're not going to be watching you when you make these little mistakes here and there. That's all. So if I were to give you anything, I would just say try to position a little bit more creatively to your advantage, so that allows you to make plays a little bit more. You can see more of the battlefield. You can, you know, do a lot more. And then obviously don't spam your abilities so much, because you kind of ran out a little bit. For the most part, though, that was just a glaze VOD. For the most part, you wanted me to glaze you. Glaze VOD self, sorry. I got you back though. I did it. I use custom because when I start missing, I find that changing my crosshair feels like a visual refresher. Is that real? I get distracted by really ugly or large crosshairs. I've seen some crazy ones when I look at their screen. Honestly, the default crosshair is low-key distracting, but not as bad as some of the other ones. It is distracting? The default? You guys are crazy. You play White Fox more off angle and teleports to safely? Yeah, that's what I pretty much do when I play White Fox. I guess I could kind of show the example to just bank off of that game. So, this one? Yeah, all right. Here's kind of an example of what I mean. Just to bank off of that game. So I was playing White Fox here, and you'll notice that my positioning is always slightly off. So you see how I'm already over here to the left? I'm not sitting on my strategist or anything like that. She's just really far back in general. Like, she's asking to get KO'd. She should be a little bit more like right here. Or if she really wanted to, she can come over here with me. But I think she's really far. But I position this way so I can see everybody. So if I need to turn, I can see her. If not, I'm looking forward. I'm close enough to be able to make a play because I hear magic. I'm close enough to be able to make a play if she gets on me. but I'm also far enough to not take collateral. So you see, still not on her, because all it takes is for Magic to do something and hit us both. If only she is low, it doesn't take us long to heal her up, and it doesn't distract from her because I'm healthy, right? If she gets hit with and it's 50% HP and she knows that I'm healing her, she can still focus on the head. She can still focus on the team. But if we're sitting on top of each other and then we both get smacked, she has to look to heal me, I have to look to heal her. They're not getting heals. So this is why when you have a character that's pretty good at repositioning, you don't ever really want to sit on top of them, because then you're just going to have to put resources into both of you guys. So as you see, I was positioning far enough there. I knew that Rogue was getting ready to come in. I actually called it on stream. And as soon as she did, I'm like, perfect. And I dodge it. Why? Because I knew that was going to happen. I was setting myself up for that play. I was already aware. Cool. Now I go into melee form just because I know she's really out of position. But you can see the difference between the way that you use your abilities and the way that I use my abilities. Your abilities are far less deliberate and they're just kind of like there, whereas mine is more deliberate. So that's why I said I think you're on comms, because the way that you use your abilities, it's not bad, but you're never punished when you should be. And so either the enemy team was really bad, or you're on comms and, you know, you call it out and they help you and you help them, and which is, again, fine. But it's still something to say something about. And it's the same concept on defense. So I'll look at defense real quick. Same concept on defense is I will stand at an off angle. Here.
Yes, I'm a fox spirit. No, you cannot touch my face.
So look. I slowly back up when I hear and see her. I'm not in a position to get hit like that. Why? Because I know how that character works. Now, I play way more hours than probably a lot of you guys combined. So I know how a lot of these characters function. I knew that that was going to happen, and this is why, even if it wasn't her, I like to like hug the wall when I leave. I'll do this with any role, though. You see how I backed up and I did this and I hugged the wall, versus how she backed up and she did it in the open, so she can get shot here, she can get dove. Like, there's nothing to protect her. If Magic dives me, I'm forcing her to dive at a really crappy angle. If we go back, look. Oh, look, ready? So if Magic, watch, I hear her. If she wants to dive me, look at her screen. Look at her screen. If she wants to dive me, look at the angle that she has to look at. You see? She has to turn her camera to me, whereas the way that she is right now, she could just fly directly. But if I back up and she goes for a dash, she actually is going to miss me. Right? Because I'm still going this way. Whereas if she starts going this way, whether or not she does or doesn't, she's getting hit 100% of the time. So this is what I mean by, if you're a strategist specifically, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. If you're anything, you need to hug walls. You need to start positioning in a way that you understand which character is coming from which angle, because they are all based off angles. Very few characters can curve. Like, if you think about Black Panther, his spin kick is a curve. But now think about all divers. Very few curve. They all have a straight line way to get to you or something like that. You have to abuse that like you would abuse a sniper. You have to use walls more often. Angela has a problem with this. Cap has a problem with this. Nah, Cap clap cheeks. Hulk definitely has a problem with this, though. He can't really curve. He has to go in the direction he hops into. He can kind of adjust a little bit in the air, but it's not nothing major like a Black Panther spin kick. A lot of dive characters are very straight on. So if you put something behind you and you hear them at the top, if you put something behind you, they have to like go around whatever you're behind to get to you. They can't curve. You have to use the map to your advantage. So if she wants to hit me, I'm already moving to the right. But look, she can't do anything about it. She's cooked. You see how if she wants to attack me, she had to do a right angle? It's because she can't curve. And that's basically making it very uncomfortable for that character. And I continue to walk back, as I said before, and she wastes her ability. You're gonna hear, I hear her go up again. And I hear her, so I'm gonna put my body on the pillar. I said this in the match. I'm gonna put my body on the pillar. What does this do? It makes it so that if she wants to take me out, she has to go around the pillar. Look, you see how hard it is? She has to go around. I hear her. I'm not gonna sit there and look for her. I know that I'm safe because I know how this character works. She can't curve. If she wants to go for me, she has to move the pillar, basically, which obviously she can't, or she has to go around. If she was up to the right, up on the top, she has to, it's weird. It's awkward for her, and that's the point. And when she does it, we're chilling. It's just a really awkward area for her. That's the goal. That's the goal. And that's why I off-angle a lot when I play. If we take a look at the same scenario from the other strategist, we already used our double jump. We're in the middle of nowhere, having no abilities to save ourselves from. And then we get caught. And then we get cooked. Big difference. So this is why I said, if you are pre-made or you're squatting and you're playing strat, you can do a lot of things that could get you KO'd and taken advantage of. But because you are talking on comms or because you are in a pre-made stack, you get away with a lot that you shouldn't get away with, and then that leads to really poor performance when it comes to your gameplay. That is why it's important for you to pay attention to small things like this, because this is going to be how you improve. All right. Next one is another support VOD. This one is, I played Gambit this game. Oh, we got a Gambit game. I played Gambit this game, and I was trying to focus on staying alive as much as possible. But I noticed that my teammates died a lot. Okay. Noticed that my teammates died a lot. And... Rogi the Crab, thanks for following. I just noticed that. Lauren with the sub. I just noticed that too. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate it, Lauren. Thank you, thank you. The only thing nice you've ever done for me. That's crazy. I'm toxic. I'm just kidding, Lauren. A little bit. A little bit. Ava, thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a great day. Or even wherever it is for you. Hello, hello. Oh, this is you? Okay. We got to make sure that we give you all the incorrect information. Right? That's how this one works. All right. So you say, I played Gambit this game and I was trying to focus on staying alive as much as possible, but I noticed that my teammates died a lot. And as a strat, I really think that it was my fault. Even though we won the game, I feel like I made it harder for my team to do so. How can I improve? Really, as a strategist, your goal, your heals are like an investment. I'm going to say it like this, because we talked about this last stream when that one strategist was flaming me because they couldn't stay alive. Your heals are like an investment. Every single point of HP you put into somebody, that is an investment. That is saying that, bro, if I give you these stats, if I give you this utility, you're going to win us the team fight. It is not your job to make sure that people survive, okay? It's your job to make sure that people can play the game. You cannot make everyone survive because that's not your job. You only have 2 strats for 4 players. Not everyone is going to survive if they don't know what they're doing. So we have to make sure that the investment that we put in as a strat, we have to make sure that it is going to the right place. If it's not, then you are throwing the match because it shouldn't be going to the right place. And this is what typically happens a lot if you see strategist players that are queuing together with like a tank or a DPS or whatever. You'll notice this is that they tend to only heal their friends, or they tend to only heal their squad. And I've been in situations like that where I'm playing tank, DPS, even strat sometimes, and I don't get heals because I'm guessing the person on their squad is like the priority. So they only heal the Hawkeye, they only heal the Hela, they only heal the Hulk, or whatever it may be. Like, it's so stupid. And I hate it. Because sometimes that investment could go into another player that's not in their squad that is doing more for the team. But because it's their friend, they just think, oh, I gotta pocket my friend.
4, 3, 2,
so,
1.
as long as you're not doing that, I think you're pretty solid. Good reposition. Here, I wouldn't have used your damage cards because you didn't need to. I would have just kept attacking them. Right? Whoa. Oh, I thought his hand was bending in a weird shape. I mean, that kind of is a weird shape, but it makes a lot more sense than what I originally thought it was. Here, you're never going to get the KO. You only want to use your purple. I say this, but I spam. Not going to lie to you. But do what I say, not as I do. You're never getting the KO here, so there's no reason to use your cards. Just hit them. You're not getting anything. You're not really in a position to make the play to get anything, so you didn't need to use them. You should only be using your purple card if you know for a fact you're going to get a KO off of it. Even if you're trying to anti-heal and not go for a one bang, you should still know that your team is going to be able to get the KO. Otherwise, just chill. Or unless you just want to do more damage by holding the card particularly. Yeah, I hate when they do that. It's like, yeah, I'm the tank and you're not healing me, bro. Come on. Okay, hold up. Hold up now. Look what happened. Our Phoenix is KO'd. Our Blade is nowhere near the fight, and our Rogue is nowhere near the fight. You're ulting to gain what advantage? You're basically ulting at a disadvantage, not at neutral. Gambit's ult is really good at forcing neutral to having the advantage. You're at actually a disadvantage. You're missing out on one player, and your entire team isn't even in position for anything. Your mindset is just, I have ult, guys, let's go. But that's not how that works. Your team should be ready to take advantage of what you have, but you're at a disadvantage, not only because you're down a player, but the characters that you have on your team like to be in certain positions to be useful. So if you have an ult at a disadvantage and it puts you in neutral, what was the point of using the ultimate then? You should have just let your team reset neutral by itself. You know what I mean? So even if no matter how you played this, just your team wasn't ready to capitalize on it, period. Especially because you lost the person. Like, look at it from their perspective before you ult. Right? You have people that are already using their abilities, like your team is already using them. They're already disengaging and running away. And you look to ult when nobody's even trying to fight. Look, Blade is the one in the front, but he's not even in a position to do anything. Rogue is back there. Why is my question. And then your Phoenix, which swapped to Punisher, is now like, it's not a good ultimate. Look, only people taking advantage of it is Blade. Nothing happens. And if this enemy team isn't bad, you guys actually lose this fight. But let's see. Did I call it or did I call it? Did I call it or did I call it? I knew you were going to lose the fight. As soon as you ulted, I knew it was over. It just wasn't a good ultimate. It wasn't a good ultimate. This is why I tell you it's very important to learn how to use your abilities as a strategist, because if you want to get to the top ranks and you are someone who doesn't use comms, and maybe you don't have a stack, whatever it may be, it's very important for you to learn how to use these, because you can make or break a fight. And a lot of the strategists carry potentialists through their abilities. It's through their ultimates. That's their game changer. That's their way that they play the game. They do a lot more in neutral by abilities rather than specifically off-angling for damage and making space and all that extra stuff, trading and blah, blah, blah. Like, we usually leave that to the tank and to the DPS. A lot of yours is based off what abilities you use when and your ultimate timing. This is why I'm such a stickler for abilities when it comes to strategists. It's something that makes an entire difference. There was a Luna player that I was coaching, and they were Grandmaster. They didn't hit Celestial yet. They were Grandmaster 1. They're like, I really want to hit top 500. I was like, okay, what are the major things that were glaring at me? Was their ability usage? Their ability usage was so poor. And they were playing Luna. They would clap randomly. They wouldn't snowflake properly. They would just spam their ice ball. Ult was random. Their positioning was way off. And it only took one session with them and a replay review for them to fix that. And once they did, they hit top 500. As a strategist, this is something that's extremely important, and it's something that really makes or breaks your game. If you do it better than everybody else on the enemy team, you're good. But when you do things like that, you're going to lose the fight before it begins, and you have to wait. Are you a magician? That's funny. Diluted hello. Are you a magician? I just know because I've been there. I know what it's like. I always say, I go through all the hoops and all the backflips and cartwheels so that you guys don't have to. You guys don't have to waste your time. I'd fail a lot before I could succeed. And I just don't want to see you guys fail. Alright, luckily we were able to make some plays with that. We took point. Cool.
Only 60 seconds left. We need to stop that easily.
You're gaming, you're gaming. Well played. I notice, unless I'm crazy, I notice you don't use your card passive a lot. Okay, you did it again. Stop doing this. Bro, nobody's prepared for your play, and there's not even a fight happening right now. You have to really get this timing down. This is something that goes not just from Gambit, from like all your strategists. This is just an ability usage standpoint, period. You gotta ult when it makes sense. There is no fight happening at all. Before you had a disadvantage, now you're not even at the neutral, it's just nothing's happening. And this is because we don't really understand the process of what we were talking about all the time. What is it, class? Look, set up. What was the next one? Pre-fight. What was the next one? Full fight. What was the next one? Clean up. You got to stop ulting when you're at a disadvantage, when you're resetting. And then, of course, you need to only ult when you're at the pre-fight stage. Once everyone is set up, that's generally when it's like, okay, we're waiting for someone to do something crazy. And then we're gonna start going into a full fight. You're not even in the setup spot right now. So what we're going to do is from here on out, we're going to call out each spot so you can get a better idea of what it looks like. Because you don't want to give them enough, you don't want to give them space to disengage. When they're in the pre-fight phase, they don't really have a disengage anymore. They're ready. And that's when you ult. So I'll share with you when it is. Okay, they kind of trolled wasting ultimates too. But we're gonna call it out. Okay, you are using your cards for passive. I was wondering if you were. I guess I was just fast forwarding it so much I didn't see. So this is just, we're just kind of waiting for it. And you know, lower ranks Gen 2, generally I think anybody in maybe Celestial 3 and below, the game is kind of put together. So this right here was a better ultimate. It's not really a good fight in general, but based off where everyone is, this is a good ultimate. So you should see some, we haven't seen it, but you should win this fight. It's a very good ultimate, even if it was on accident. The reason being is your team's positioning relative to theirs. They're spread out. They don't really have a way out. If they go backwards, the only way that they're going to be able to go is off the cliff. They have to try to somehow get through your team. Like, it's just such a good ultimate here. You should ace them. Brother, it is so easy when you understand how to use your ultimate. It's so, even though this was an accident, clearly you fired it off to fire it off, but just, I knew that that was going to work, but I know you fired it off to fire it off because it didn't look like, it was such a messy, ugly team fight, but I just knew you would, I knew you would. The way that they were standing, it was in a spot where they couldn't move. It was in a spot where they were already set up for the pre-fight. They were already ready to start scrapping. And even though it was ugly, it was still them committed. When he ults, it's very hard to get away from a gambit if we're already committed to the fight in general. So you're waiting for them to be in a spot where your team is ready to commit, their team is ready to commit, and you fire off the ult. And when you fire off the ult, that puts your team at a major advantage, and they can't really do anything about it. And that's how you run them over. And that's why Gambit's ult is very strong. So that's really what you're looking for. It's only ult when the enemy team is already committed to the fight. Yeah, I saw the Punisher had ult, wanted to play with him. That's fine. But let's just say you ulted at the same spot before that one. He wouldn't get anything off of the ultimate because they didn't commit yet. It's basically just, I gotta make sure that they can't run away from me. If you really want me to simplify it down to the basic bare bones, I gotta make sure that when I ult, they can't get away. That is basically what you're doing. You don't want them to be able to disengage your ultimate, or else they're gonna run you guys down afterward.
Only 60 seconds left.
You know, I really hate playing with Gambit because I never get his cards when I play Cap. Like, it actually makes me mad. It's like, bro, you know how much work I can do, and you never give me them. And it's like, bro, at least try. At least try, dog. I think your positioning's pretty solid, though. Like, for real. Nice. I was really hoping that you would actually go past him. A lot of strat players run away. But if you start going towards Magneto, as long as you're obviously not something slow, you should be able to dodge it. He's looking for you to go forward. I mean, he's looking for you to go backward, which is technically his forward. But if you go past him, that's really smooth. And I really like that gameplay there. Your positioning is really good with him. Like, your repositioning is probably more what I should say. I don't know about your original positioning. I haven't put that much attention to it, but your repositioning is pretty solid with the character.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I was make sure to give it to everyone.
All you need to do is
Position for it, but Cap is almost doing his own thing. Look, I don't care about the excuses for you Gambit players, bro. I need ult. Proud of you. You did for me. You told me to work on my positioning, so really happy about the compliment. Yeah, I think your positioning is great. It is way better. You see, like, by the way, too, once you work on your positioning, you see how much more you can play the game. You see how many more opportunities that you see. You see just how much more of an impact you have because everything opens up. If you have really bad positioning, not only are you taking advantage of, but you only see a piece of the puzzle. When you set back, you can see the entire thing, and you know what you need to do, what you need to learn how to do, what you need to react to, where you need to go, and it's really hard to deal with you. So I'm glad that you had I'm glad that you are getting better at your positioning because that really helps a lot. Even if you might not win every single game, the consistency matters. And it's something that also spreads to different characters. So here, I wouldn't have ulted because you have a White Fox ult and she doesn't get your cards. Like 99% sure she doesn't get him. She gets the cards? Since when? Maybe I was just out of range. There's no way I was out of range. Bro, I never get them. I never get the cards when I ult with White Fox. So either they don't ever give them to me. That's crazy. I always thought that you don't get them, but maybe he just never gives them to me. I still wouldn't double stack them though, only because you're down 2 ults and they have 2 ults. But that one's definitely one of those hit or miss things where you have to just learn. But I wouldn't stack them like that, especially if you know that they're gonna win the next fight because they have ultimates and you guys don't. So I'm not saying it's bad, just with the pros and cons. But I swear I never got them. Was it a bad play? The thing is, the only reason I would say that it's a quote-unquote bad play is because they had 2 strat ultimates after you burned 2 of yours. The enemy team just played it horribly, and they didn't take advantage of the fact that you guys have no strat ults, and you still beat them when they had 2 strat ults. So I don't want to say that it's bad necessarily, but just given the context of the situation, it was pretty bad. Like maybe if you guys did tit for tat, so like maybe White Fox ulted second, and then you ulted her ult, and then they ulted on top of her ult. Okay, but you guys literally burned 2 ults, and they had 2 more, and they still lost. I don't know how, but you just gotta be cautious of that. That's all. I don't think it was bad. I just think it's time and place for everything.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Break it. Just hop out the window and do this. Boop. And you'll break it. You don't even have to waste any dashes. That's the thing about Venom, is it's very easy to avoid, but people, for some reason, not just you, but like players in general, they don't think about his kit. They just get scared, I think, when he latches. But if you just put yourself near a wall and he hits you, just break it and then continue about your business. You stop his dive like that. It's very easy. It's like you're doing a lot of work for a character that's very slow. You did not know that? Yeah, anything that tethers you, Spider-Man's little jump, Venom's tether, Scarlet or Magic's tether, the chain, everything that is tethering 2 players together can be broken by structures. So just walk in front of something and all of them will snap. Every single one of them. There's not one chain type of ability in this game or tether ability in this game that I can think of that isn't separated by a wall or just an object. So if you've ever in that situation, try to snap it by just going between a wall. It will always snap. Yeah, the range of giving out the cards feel inconsistent. I feel like I look at my whole team and it gives like 3 teammates the cards, even though they all are in front of me. Really? Maybe it's not a Gambit thing then. Or maybe it's not the player, maybe it's the Gambit.
Ain't ready for Rogue to be a winner. Not yet.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
You lost the fight because Strange had to peel for me? Yeah, you could have just jumped out that window and snapped that. What about Angela's ult? You can break it through line of sight? No. Okay, like that one is different. That one is different. Only because that one is an ultimate. If you could break that through that, that'd be really crazy. With that, nah, you're cooked. You gotta break the pole. You gotta break the pole to get cleansed out of it. So yeah, I would say aside from Angela. Because imagine you expend an entire ultimate, bro, and you just walk in front of a wall and it's gone. I would crash out. I would say, Guang Guang, look, I don't know who designed this character, but you need to make some creative decisions. A whole ultimate gone because you walk behind a wall. Oh my god. That'd be crazy. That would be something for the books. Ooh, yeah, I seen that coming. I don't know if you knew where that portal was, though. That was a wild portal. Don't ult it. Let it be. Lose this fight gracefully and win the next one. You have enough time. I knew you were going to ult that. So that wasn't a fight you should have won anyway. That was a fight you should have lost. Luckily, the enemy team did not play it well. The problem is you expended more than you needed to win that fight. You have White Fox ult and then you have your ult, and you're probably going to lose the next fight. I could be wrong, though. Maybe they won't pull through, but, like, I would have lost that fight gracefully and ensured the second fight was a win because I saved it. Because there is 2 fights left regardless. Whether you win or lose that fight, there were 2 fights left. It was that fight and then one more, based off where the positioning of the card is. So you had time to either lose or win. It does not matter, but another fight is coming for sure. You should have just waited. I don't know if you win this fight, though. We'll see. But we should have waited and ensure that we win that fight there. Because now you don't have another fight. Did I call it or did I call it? I'm telling you, the only reason why I know it is because this is why I climbed all 3 roles solo. I climbed all 3 roles solo, I climbed them without comms, and I climbed them using the most basic of basic heroes for each role. For tank, it was Doctor Strange and Magneto. For DPS, it was Black Widow, Bucky, and Human Torch. Basically, I just wanted a flyer, a mainer, and then a sniper. Like a main, like Bucky, and then a sniper. I didn't want to use a diver because obviously I'd probably stomp. I wanted really basic things that I can't impact as much. And then for Strat, it was Adam Warlock and Mantis. So I played characters that required game sense of Marvel Rivals to actually function. Bucky's debatable, but Human Torch is not. And Black Widow is not. Those are game sense characters. So I played those as DPS, and then, like I said, I played Mantis and Adam. Before all these buffs that they got, I played Mantis as Adam for Strat, and then Tank was Magneto and Doctor Strange. Not being able to impact the match unless you have very good game knowledge is a very, very, very hard thing to play into, because you know for a fact unless you have good game knowledge, you're not winning. I'm not playing Cap where I can jump around and distract. I'm not playing Hulk. I'm not playing Thor. I'm not playing Iron Fist. I'm not playing Magic. I'm not playing Black Panther. I'm not playing Spider-Man. I'm not playing Invis. I'm not playing who's another character at the time? Cloak and Dagger, Rocket. I'm playing things that require positioning. I'm playing things that require ability usage. I'm playing things that require actual game knowledge. And so when you climb them and those specifics without relying on the crutch of dive or without relying on the crutch of like crazy healing output and stuff like that, everything that you do down to the core abilities of your character matters way more. So I had to learn when the fights are going to take place. I had to learn how many fights were left. I had to learn where should I stand so I don't get KO'd as a strat. I had to learn all these things because these characters did not have reposition tools. These characters did not have a lot of leeway when it comes to using their fights. Their abilities weren't as powerful as some of the other ones like Cloak and Dagger or Invis. But that's why I did it. So that I could learn it and then I could just give it to you guys. So I know a lot of people think that, oh, you just play a lot of Cat. That's not true. I just like playing that character. But I intentionally climbed 3 different accounts without using him just so I can understand the game as a whole at a foundational level. It's very easy for someone to be a Cat main, a Hulk main, a Magic main, an Iron Fist main, a Gambit main, a White Fox or Invis main, and really only know how to abuse situations with those characters But it's a whole nother level when you don't have crutches like the dive or, like I said, the repositioning or the damage or all that extra crap that you get to have with the other fun characters. You don't have that, and you're only relying on your basic foundation and knowledge. So that's why I did it, and that's why I know, and that's why I understand when fights take place. I had the same thing happen to me today. I was playing with a support friend, and they ulted after a Gambit ulted. I said we shouldn't ult. We shouldn't have used both support ults. My friend was like, "We won the fight. Who cares?" And I said, "They still have both their support ults, so we're losing the next fight." Yeah, it's not a question of if. If you're down resources, you're losing the fight, bro. Like there's no if, ands, or buts about it. You are losing the next fight, and this is why you have to prepare for the next fight, and the next fight, and the next fight. It is not about let's just focus on this one fight. No. And to work on my ult timing, yeah, I think you. It's not necessarily your timing. I mean, it kind of is. It's more of like you're just ulting the ult. You just say, "I got it. Let me ult as fast as possible." And I think that was basically how Gambit worked before, right? Like a lot of creators back when he was released was like, "Well, when you get your ult, whoever ults first, and then you ult." And I'm like, bro, I don't think you should just ult just to ult. But I think that was something that a lot of Gambit players had instilled because there's been a lot of creators that made things about that. So I think a lot of Gambit players are still in that mindset of like, just ult as soon as you get ult. And there's a lot of fights you can win without ulting. So why not? Then you can guarantee you win the next fight. You know what I mean? I will say when I play White Fox, though, I do ult pretty much right off the bat. Like I do try to start something because I don't really have a way. I've tried to match and it just doesn't really work that well. I'd still do it sometimes. And then I try to wait until their ults are over. But again, it doesn't really do much afterward either. Because her ult's just weird. I recommend just popping hers off more often than not, really. Because there's not a good time to use her ult. There is every now and then, but like realistically, it's you don't just throw it because you have it, but you do look for an opportunity when you get it. That's what I'm trying to say. I would have not expected Gambit to be given the support role, knowing his powers in the cartoon and the Marvel vs. Capcom games. I think that he still does what he does, though, which is damage. You know? So I wouldn't say that the characters in the strategist role are supports. They're more or less characters with utility. That's kind of what it is. They're not really truly supports, you know? And you have one question about positioning. How would you go about in domination maps? The concept is a lot easier to apply on Convoy. It's the same. It's the same in domination maps. In domination maps, let me see. In domination maps, let's just kind of act like this is the box, right? Poppin', that's not a square. Shut up! Actually, keep talking. Look. Wow. Say something. Say something now. I can draw. Okay, so that's the box, right? And the fight will take place here at the start, generally. And then after the person wins, it's going to take place here or here, right? Well, you have 3 sections of team fights. In Convoy, you have multiple sections of team fights, right? But in Domination, generally, there are 3. There are the one where you're at a disadvantage, the one where you're at neutral, one where you're at the advantage. So it's objectively easier to position on Domination than it is on Convoy because Convoy has a lot more spots, whereas Domination has the same ones. You're still standing in the same locations. They don't move, you know. But I think the issue here with Domination is that some of the maps are just kind of like designed kind of poorly. And there's not a lot of openings. So you kind of you have to get even more creative with Domination. But granted, it's just easier because it's all in the same spots over and over. So it's the same concept. You're still looking for a safe spot to stand. You're still looking for a place where you can be in a better position. I mean, I could probably look at one. I'll look at a Domination game after this from my own history. And then we can talk about it. But it's pretty much the same. Oh, my cam covered the left X? Okay, don't worry. We'll talk about it again. after this.
By the eye of judge, jury, executioner.
Don't let anything stand in your way. I'm ready to put on a show.
Again, just a crazy ult to ult. You have to also understand that they could have ultimates depending on if they used them the last fight or not. If they ult your ult, you don't really beat them out unless your team is insanely good or you have a really strong team like Bucky and like, you know, these really high damage burst characters. Your team is very poke heavy. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong team. Well, I mean, it's not really that much of a difference. Your team really isn't a one-shot team. It's still kind of like sustained low damage. So you don't have much from your ultimate if they match it. You'll probably always lose. That's so unlucky.
Final score 2-2-3.
Probably always lose. I do think that you need to get a little bit more creative with your ultimates. I definitely think you're just firing to fire them off. I do like your positioning. I do like your ability usage. Your core ability usage, like I did say about some stuff here and there, but I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty freaking good regardless. It's a domination match. I can't tell. Chat, help me. Yeah, this is domination match. I think your core ability usage, yeah, I did say some stuff about it, but you do, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Like it's just nitpicking. And then your ultimate though, it's definitely just firing off to fire off, and I think that needs to be adjusted. And then for your positioning itself, really good. You have some solid positioning. You came a long way, and I'm proud to see it. All right, so domination, as I said, if we look, you have basically 3 fights, generally, every time. Generally. Sometimes there's more, but like realistically it's 3. You have the neutral zone, then you have the advantage where you're holding here and stopping them from the where they're coming from. And you have a disadvantage zone where you guys are trying to push in and get back to the point. So 1, 2, and 3. There's 3 team fights at any given time, almost all the time, generally speaking. This means that how you position needs to be based off of that. The bright side about domination is generally there is a lot more of a setup phase, even in low ranks, because typically people that get KO don't stagger. I think even in low ranks, when domination happens, there's a lot more team fighting and then stopping. Whereas a convoy and convergence, I swear they're just like running in and getting KO without regrouping at all. I could be wrong though, but that's how I feel most of the time when I play it, even in low ranks. People still understand that. And so if we were being here, you had a position, right? You have to position for the fight that's taking place over there. If we're winning, where do I stand? So that way when this fight breaks out and they're trying to push through, I'm safe. You could stand here, but you got to be careful about over there. You could stand here, right? If you're Loki, you can probably stand up at that little top thing. You could stand maybe here if you want, so that way you could just loop around, right? But this is how you position in domination. If you guys are fighting here, then maybe you position here, right? Maybe you position up there. Maybe you position like right here. It's still the same concept. It's just the same 3 spots. Now, as you were saying, if they know where you're standing, isn't it easier for you to get dove? This is where repositioning comes into play. And again, this is something for convoy and convergence. Your goal to get away from the diver isn't to just not get dove. Like the diver's job is to dive you. Like realistically, the diver's job is to dive you. There's no way they're not going to. You can't say, oh my God, team, they're supposed to get to you. That's the job. Your goal as a strat is to make it hard for them to get to you and then even harder for them to take you out. If you could do that, you are chilling. And this is what I talked about when I was hiding behind the pillar, when I was making sure that it was hard for them to hit their dive on me from the angles. It's how it works. It's how it works. So look, this is a game. I hated this game. This is a game. This is why I don't like Jeff, by the way. God, Jeff is annoying. So he's really far away, right? This is a really good concept from him. He's very far away, and if he should get hit, he can run away. But he's objectively in a very safe location. It's hard to get to him, and when you get to him, he has a lot of ways to get away, and he has a lot of ways to reposition. So it's about positioning forward ahead of time and then repositioning once it happens. You'll notice that I go on this guy, and this guy's like, bro, where you at? I'm running to my team. Bro, this match was so annoying. And this is what I was talking about before, is if I go for Jeff, he runs away. If I go for a strat, he shoots the strat. If I go for this, they look at each other. This was definitely one of those games where my brain had to like, it was so difficult. Let me catch up in chat though before I move on. That way I don't miss anything. I need to work on ult tracking. I never know when the enemy is about to ult. It would help with the timing a lot. I generally just know based off of feeling. I don't really know based off of a specific number. Yeah, a lot of players told me to ult as fast as possible. Yeah, that's not really how it works. It's not working. A lot of need to stop doing that. It's a hard thing to readjust if that's what you normally do. I'm someone that would worry about wasting an ult. Yeah, you also don't want to save it for the perfect time. I used to be that way too. I used to try to save my ult for the perfect time, and then I would just like never use it. So you have to find the fine line. I do love when somebody throws a playing C. Wait, what? Diluted. I don't understand. Oh, you rewrote it. Okay. Throws a playing card charge with pure kinetic energy at me, and when it explodes in my face, I feel healthier. But if you're setting up at the location is dive, yep. That's where you have to reposition. So the main thing is my ult usage. Generally speaking, yeah, for that it is. This will be working on it. I really want to hit Celestial next season. I believe, but you still have to get those things down. And again, it's not just a gambit thing. That is going to be all of your strats, and it's going to help as a tank as well. So I'm trying to figure out how can I make it so that he's out of position and nobody can help him. And so I focus on Rogue, and then I go back to him, and I try to get on him. But then he runs through his strats, and then Spider-Man's on me. And then I go back, and I'm like, well, what if I hit Luna? It's like, okay, well, what if I turn Luna? What if I go here? Okay, then he's still... This freaking... Jeff players are so irritating. I don't even know why Doctor Strange tried to ult that. And then, can't really do much. We lose. Whatever. And so, now as a diver... It's my job to try to figure out how can I make it so that I can KO these fools, or how can I make it so that I can give my team a chance to KO these fools. You see how like they're playing it well, but now it's my turn. You know, it's up to me. How can I make the right choices to make something happen? And that is what you do for a diver. You have to put the ball in their court. A lot of strat players don't know how to do this, and they just are just food for the dive because they don't understand position before they start diving you, and they don't understand that once they get to you, you have to have an exit plan. It doesn't matter even if you're immobile. You have to figure out how do I deal with you. That Jeff did it really well. So did the Gambit. Jeff and Gambit like on the same team, bro. So again, I'm trying to figure out what can I do. I'm trying to think about, well, how is this guy playing? How is the Luna playing? What can I do? So I go for the Jeff again, and I'm like, okay, if you start running, maybe I can go for the Gambit. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, I'm like, if they're going for the Gambit, then he's going to try to fight me, and then Jeff is going to look at the Gambit. And I think this is where it clicked. I think I was like, so every time I go for this Gambit, you're going to look at Gambit. But Luna doesn't seem to be in the same mindset. So what if I abuse this? So I attempted to, and you're going to see how it plays out. Because again, it's up to me to figure this out. They're playing it well. I ulted this for some reason. I don't even remember if we win or not. I'm just chasing him so he can't heal. I'm not necessarily looking to get the KO on him. And we lose again, I think. Yeah. So now it clicked. Now it clicked. Now I understood. I was like, okay, I got you. I got all of you. I know exactly how I'm about to play this. I know exactly how I'm about to play this. Because I realize that they do the same thing every single time. If I go on Jeff, he runs, and then Gambit looks. But if I go on Jeff, he runs. I go to Gambit. Jeff has to look at Gambit, and Gambit has to try to fight me. And Gambit always tries to fight me. He always uses his purple cards to fight me. So if I could go on the Jeff, and then go on the Gambit, and then he uses stuff to fight me, and then I run away, and I keep that pattern, then it should be good to go. Also, if I focus on what Iron Fist is focusing on, it does enough burst damage to one shot. I calculated all this in my head, and I was like, I got you. So you're going to see how it plays out. Okay, well, you know, he got to get old, but after that, you're going to see how it plays out. And it only played out this way because I figured it out. I cracked the code, chat. I cracked the code. So first was I was trying to stagger them so they can't even play together anyway, but it didn't work out. But look, every time I go for Gambit, you see, he tries to fight me. Right? Every time. So I'm like, let me go for you since you're way out of position and see if Gambit does anything. Gambit doesn't do anything, but I see Spider-Man on the right, and I'm like, okay, he's going to try to peel. That's good for me. Let me go on you. Now, although you're using your water gun, you're going to turn and fight me as well, yeah? And she does, which allows my DPS to go in. We collapse. So the Jeff is very good at running away. But the issue is the other two strats don't trust the Jeff enough to heal through my damage. So every time I go on them, they try to fight me instead of focusing on the front. And that's what I try to abuse throughout this entire match. So I look for Gambit, I go on Gambit. Never mind, I thought I did. I'll go around. Okay, you see? He's fighting me again. Although I'm not hitting Gambit, he's still doing what I want him to do. So I'm just here. I'm still here. Then I start punching him, make it look like I'm more of a threat. I almost got him, but unfortunately he didn't ult it because he started taking damage. Then he ults. I mean, there's nothing really to do. There's nothing really to do at this point. I'm just like here. Okay. Now I go on Rogue, just kind of back her up, looking to dive on that backline eventually. She's alone because Jeff went off the map. Try to go on her, we go back. We ult the Spider-Man ult. We go again for the Luna. We run back to my team just so I can give him the ultimate. But I'm still going to do the same thing. I'm looking for that Gambit or that Luna because Jeff typically, they try to fight me and Jeff typically will try to heal them. So I go on him. And they didn't pay attention. He didn't fight me, which means it's free. He couldn't fight me. He was in the middle of doing something. And Jeff couldn't really heal over that little hump anyway. So it's actually a really bad position for that guy to be in. Now I'm going to go for the Luna, I'm pretty sure. No, I just dip out because I got low. But basically, for the next round, I do the same exact thing, and then we end up just winning 2-0. But that's what you want to do. You want to make it so that a lot of these dive players have to use their brain. Because most dive players only know how to do one thing. And that one thing is literally just dive, 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 dive. And if it doesn't work, they still do it again. So understanding how to adjust your playstyle for that type of gameplay is rough. They actually swapped off with triple strats after that round too. That was a very annoying game though. I freaking crashed out. My name is Use Coverful. That name was hilarious, by the way. I was working when you did my review. No problem. I watched it. Thanks a lot for the input. You're spot on. I do try to save my abilities for the perfect time. I overthink a lot. Yeah, that's what I used to do too. That's why it was very easy to spot. I think if you just stop trying to do that, because you're never going to have the perfect time. You stop trying to do that, you'll be golden. I promise you. Just want to say thank you again. Your tips are really insightful. No problem. So it's about repositioning and healing each other. Yeah, like a lot of the times you're trying to make it so that if you know someone's going to attack you, you understand their kit. This is why I made that one video about divers and how they play. I linked that in the chat actually real quick for you guys. I made a video about every diver. Obviously it's not up to date, but I made a video about every diver and I go over how they move and then you can reposition based off of that. And this is what I typically do to win my matches against the divers. So I'll put it in chat. Here's another one too, by the way. I'll link this one too, just because It's one that also helps more about how to deal with divers. And then I'll link one more. This one's more about what to do if you feel like your team isn't helping you with divers. You're not getting healed. Nobody's assisting. This is going to be how you position, so you will for sure get healed. You will for sure get assistance. Those are the 3 videos I recommend you guys watching, or at least skimming through if you guys want more knowledge about divers and how to deal with them. But let's move forward. I made a video on it with pants. Oh, wait, pants? Mantis? Panther? So would it be in my best interest to reposition myself to the team? Because I remember from that video is if you play with height, they can't get to you. It depends on what diver you're dealing with. So like Spider-Man is one of those divers where you have to go into your team. You can't, unless you are really good at 1v1ing, you can't really do much. You have to be in your team because the way that he works is he needs to be able to shoot you specifically to get to you. And if you're blocked by a body, it's way harder for him to play. And also, if you see him, if 3 players see him, they can take him out. Spider-Man's only difficult because if he goes in when everything is happening from the front, like it's hard for everybody to pay attention to them being attacked and the Spider-Man coming in. But if you make it so that Spider-Man is kind of just in the team and their team isn't really doing anything yet, it's way easier to deal with Spider-Man. The reason why Spider-Man is such an issue is because a lot of people like to sit far back. A lot of people like to stagger. They don't really know how to deal with it. Once Spider-Man really starts making people upset and angry, they don't know how to deal with it and they start crumbling but to deal with it, you have to group up. You have to stay together. And he tries to fly in, he's going to get KO'd, period. It's very hard for a Spider-Man to play the game if you guys are together. Whereas Black Panther might be a little different. Black Panther wants you to be grouped up because it's a lot of free collateral damage. If both strats are sitting on top of each other and Black Panther goes in, yeah, you can heal each other, but he could probably KO both of you guys if he's really good. So with this one, you actually don't want to be near your team. You don't want to be super, super, super far away, though, let me be honest. But you don't want to be on top of your team because he will still get the collateral damage. It's a lot if you happen to just get smacked with it. It's certain dive characters are just really different to play against. And I trust more to use terrain than I trust to use teammates, I guess, if that's the better way that I would put it, personally. Yeah, Mantis ult is pretty much similar to Gambit. You don't really use it to... I mean, you can, but it doesn't really work that way. This game felt like it could have gone either way. Any tips on plays I could have made to get the win for the team? This is a DPS game. Okay. Let's see what they are. You know, chat, looks like we've almost... Yeah, I think we got through all the replays, bros. Bros and broettes. I mean, Blood Moon has some replays, but... I was going to do one of theirs last, only because they've gotten some already. Blood Moon really gets a few. As Blood Moon became my new favorite. What? What if they have both BP and both DD and Black Panther? Well, when they have multiple dives, it's rough, especially if they're coordinated. With Daredevil, you honestly just can't get away from that hero. If that guy's on you, he's on you. That's why I don't like that character. Like, there's nothing you can do to him. He will one-shot you. Like, period. The only way you deal with him is if you can move him or stun him. But that character will probably just take you out if he's good enough. That character is so overpowered.
All you need to do is capture the
It's
missionary.
so
Got
overpowered.
it? Been out of touch for a while, but now I'm back in the game. Oh, wow, fancy seeing you better already.
I'm officially the wicked redheaded stepchild, I see.
I suck.
Because like solo dives I could do for the most part, but with 2 or 3 diving at once, yeah, that's when it becomes more of a team game. But more often than not, I don't see that often. And you squad though, so it shouldn't really be up to you to deal with that by yourself, you know?
Capture the missionary.
Wait, that actually is hot. Bro, this is clean. I've never seen this before. Wait, this is fire. The little coins? Bruh. Dopamine.
Okay, capture the missionary.
Wait, she has an accessory?
You won't be needing that.
Bruh. I didn't even know. Dude, wait. I'm gonna have to get back into this character. But she's goated. That was really well played. This is what I was talking about, by the way. You have to get the coins, right? And then you have to look for the executions afterward. This is what we were talking about with Puka. That's pretty fundamental. She did that, or they did that really well. You're not going in for the KOs, you're going in for the coins, you're dipping out. Until you have enough to really look for KOs, you shouldn't go for them. You should also queue your items. So when it looks like 500 is pretty good. So I said 600, but that's because, again, I don't have a lot of hours on her like this person does. I think 600 is a very good base level for beginner Black Cats. And then as you get better, you can start to adjust it based on how you feel. Maybe it's 500. For this player, clearly it was 500. I would probably still shoot for 600 though. You see how they have the item queued, they use the item, they queue another item. It's important to queue these items. You survived, bruh. Your Luna is godlike. Oh! You're not that godlike.
I'm starting from scratch.
Maybe not that godlike.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I would like to see you just go position. You could start moving. You don't need to stay there. You can get ready. Yeah, go around. You don't really need to be there. I wish you did this earlier, because if you guys are playing a DPS that flanks, if you can get into your position before the fight starts, you're already at an advantage. You see how long it took her to get from the start all the way to where she is right now? That actually could have been done before the fight happened. Remember, the setup phase is to put you guys in the position to be ready to fight. She didn't set up, she stayed with her team. When the fight happens, now she's playing catch up. And she could have already been there. Not gonna lie, when Black Cat pops off, bro, Black Cat pops off. Like the ultimate, dude, if she's going crazy, she's going crazy. I don't know what is up with NetEase and resets. But don't they sure love them. Every character in their mama got a cooldown reset, especially DPS. I really wouldn't worry about trying to chase him there, only because you got him out the fight. Good job. Also, you're low. But you could have put your attention on someone else during that moment. I don't know if you were just trying to escape, though. If you were, that's fine. It's just added context.
By the eye of Agamotto.
This health belongs to good fortune.
Let me go back for a second. Could you have just not done anything for a second and look? Or did you have to fight?
Keep fighting until
Did you have to fight because you had no gold?
you won't be needing that.
Yeah, couldn't you have just stopped fighting for a second? Let me go back a little bit further. I just want to make sure because I don't want to say something that I don't feel confident about. So you go here, you get healed. You guys are blue team. Oh, you guys are red team. Okay. You go in. Your stalling point. I get that. Then your team comes in. And I think this is where we disengage and look for a play. Yeah. I think you stop fighting. Just come up here for a second or go up there and look for a play. Because you're doing a lot right now and you're down a lot of cooldowns. You know? So
This health belongs to me. Good fortune for me.
I don't think you did anything bad, and I honestly don't think if you would have stopped, you would have carried that fight. But I do want you to get into the habit of resetting and looking to engage again. You shouldn't always be in. The thing is, I think because it was overtime, you panicked and you just tried to do what you can do to stay on point, which I totally understand.
Battle starts in 5.
But knowing how to disengage and just stopping for a second and then re-engaging is something that dive players, it doesn't matter if you're a tank, DPS, or even a strat. This is something that a lot of players should learn. You don't need to be active all the time. It's perfectly acceptable to just stop for a little bit.
Best with the amazing Spider-Man.
We're not gonna talk about it. We're not gonna talk about it.
The cat came back. Looks like the missionary is yours to capture now. You won't be needing that. Capture the mission area.
We can't all land on our feet.
You see, even when you do it on accident, where you kind of just hover there and you're like, what else is next? And then you execute. That's what I'm talking about. You should be more willing to do that more often. That wouldn't look like it was an accident. I mean, it could be wrong. You could be like, Papa, and I do that all the time. Well, if you do, you know, that's good. Just based off what I'm seeing, it's like it doesn't happen all the time. But if you do it, just do it more. Do it more. That's good. That's what you want to do because it gives you a second to think and it gives you a second to stop. However, you did have an ult on them, which means that you're probably looking for ults rather than actually looking to stop. So.
Good fortune.
Yeah, dip out. Yep, just wait.
You won't be needing that.
Yeah, just wait. I would like to see you get in a more advantageous position, though. You're never on the walls. You're never, like, in the cut. You're just always... They see you all the time. Like, during the fight. Before the fight, you actually are very good at, like, coming from weird angles and directions. But during the fight, you never fully disengage from the situation. You're always there. They always know where you are. I would like to see you disengage. Go up somewhere. Even while the fight is happening, just leave and have them forget about you for half a second. And then appear. That is what's scary about divers, and that's what makes divers very strong.
Behold the god of thunder!
Control lost. Give me that luck. Better already.
You see, you know how to move with her. That's great. But the thing is, you know how to brawl more than just stop. If you just chill for a second and get into a better position, you're all right. And this context is fine. I love it. This context, you're, going up the wall, going down, attack. That's fine. It's just sometimes during fights, you need to fully disengage because it wasn't as clean of a fight as you need to be successful. And so when that does happen, fully disengage for like a second and then come back. We'll talk about it if it happens again.
I always land on my feet.
I unleash the Vishanti by the eye of Agamotto. Spider-Man!
That was really good. Disengage, yes. That's what I like to see. That was good. You see, you do it sometimes. It's just not, it's not consistent. And I don't really know what triggers you to do things like that when you do it sometimes, but you have to make it consistent. The more consistent you get at playing like that, the better you'll be. Every diver has to do it. It's not just Black Cat. Sometimes if the fight is going bad, you gotta disappear for a second. So like even right here, here's a prime example. You don't have enough information to know what you're going for. You're just going for whatever's on your screen. But we know that they have this, they have 4 characters up. And we only see Thor, and I think we see Strange. I don't know if Stratpool is around, but I would look for Stratpool if we already have the context that he was around. Is he in spawn? Where is he? He's there. So instead of you doing what you're doing now, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna go after this. Why don't you just circle around or go up on the little wall there and just look for people? Boop. Where is anybody? Oh, there he is. And then go around, figure out a way to get to them or whatever you need to do, and then go. A lot of your target priority is just based off what's on your screen. You do go for the strategist when you first start fighting, but the issue is after you start fighting, you're just whatever on your screen. I would like to see you do your assassination, stop, reset up again, and then do another one and another one. If you're trying to get coins, play with your food, whatever. But if you have enough coins to pull off the execute, pull off the execute. Like you're very what's on my screen focused.
You won't be needing that. Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
And again, it's not like you're bad. I don't think you're bad. I just don't think you're giving yourself enough downtime to think. You're very mechanical. You're very, I press this button to get out of this situation, and I do this, and I do that, and I do this. It's like you're not actually thinking when you're fighting. You think before the fight, and then after the fight starts, you're just like, well, let me push buttons. I'll go from here, and I'll play off my mechanics instead of my game knowledge. You gotta play off of both. See, like right here. Right here. This is another perfect example. You're like, okay, he's ulting. I'm gonna disengage for a second. Look for someone else just for a second. Turn your camera. You hear the orbs. You know they have a second strat. Go after this guy. But again, you have a really hard time disengaging from the fight. Like once the fight is started, you are just in there forever. But there's a lot of other opportunities for you. You just don't see them because you're only looking at what's there. Like now you go for them, but you could have done that so much earlier. So much earlier. You only go for things that are on your screen after the fight takes place. Just disengage for a second and then plan your stuff accordingly. I'm telling you, you're gonna play so much better.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
What was that? That was her getting an item? That was a weird noise. Okay, I like it. You're flanking. I feel bad for that rocket. Bro is getting dove by Spider and freaking Black Cat. Use your ult as a reset. Why do you always okay? I honestly don't know because I don't play as much as her as you do. But you teleport and then just do your ult slash instantly. That is an execute move. And I haven't seen you use it to execute. When the card turns red, use it. I know you know this, so there must be a guide or something you're watching that tells you never to do that. And I can't tell you what's right or wrong because I don't have as many hours in there as you. But I'm just saying, I wouldn't waste it if you don't need to. Let me see. Do you get coins out of it? Is that why? You get 300. So maybe that is why you do it. But like, that never happens if you just attacked him from the get-go and then ulted. He is KO'd instantly. That one is something you're gonna have to weigh the pros and cons of each time. 300 gold is nice, but if you can't finish it off, then why do it? I guess is my thought process. Because look, if you had just waited there, I'd have been another KO for you across the way. No. Just my thoughts. Again, I'm not a black cat one trick. Nowhere near. I just want you to think about it though. Because logically that makes more sense to me than trying to spam it for some burst damage and then not be able to clean up. Maybe depending on the character, if you can one-shot them after it, just for the initial burst, it's good, like to cancel. But if you're dealing with a character that is hard to get to or is tanky, I don't recommend just popping it off like that. Because it is an execute at the end of the day. That was hot. Nice. You see how fast you go? You don't even size up the fight. Look, you don't. You just go. You just say, "I'm going." I just wish you played a little slower. Size up the fight a little bit. And again, it's not every single fight. I would just like for you to do it more often than you're doing it now. Popping it off like that? Popping it often? Yeah, you're putting yourself in a lot of positions where you have to use mechanics to get out. If you didn't do that, you'd be a lot more successful. However, I do want to say that it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing that you he was able to touch? Wow. It's not a bad thing that you are basically limit testing. It's not a bad thing. Every person that plays this game needs to understand their character's limits, how much they can go through, and you are going to get KO'd a lot because that's just generally how it is to limit test. If you play too safe, you're not going to get really good at your character. That being said, I can clearly see you have the mechanics down for this character. You don't need to limit test as much anymore. You need to play a lot smarter. You need to play a lot smarter. You need to size up your fights a little bit more. You need to disengage more often. You need to wait a little bit. Like, that's really what it is. Because every time you get KO'd, you're off the map for a very long time. And if you compound that, how many KOs do we have? I can't. Okay. We got KO'd 9 times. And let's just say every single time we get KO'd, well, it's not let's just say, we are KO'd for 10 seconds. Over time, I think it's like 14 or something like that. It's a little bit more. So you're off the map for 10 seconds, and then maybe it takes you 5 seconds to get back, right? 15 times 9. Let's actually do that. How much is 15 times 9, chat? Some of you math whizzes out there are like, bro, I know this. Definitely not me. I hated math. I passed it. I also did trigonometry, and I just know. I'm not about that life, bro. I'm not a math person. So 135 You were off the map for 2 minutes and some change. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to be exact. That is a lot of time to not play the game. Catch my drift? How many team fights can happen in 2 minutes and 15 seconds? That's a lot. So if you limit your deaths, you'll be able to be a part of more fights. If you're a part of more fights, you can make more of an impact. If you can make more of an impact, you can win more. And the way to lower this down is by disengaging and stop trying to play off mechanics, but play off of the fact that I need to make sure that I'm going in for a target at the right time. You already know your mechanics. You play really well, but mechanics are nothing without the other aspect, which is game knowledge. You're never getting to eternity, and you're definitely not getting to one above all unless you understand game knowledge along with mechanics. If you only know game knowledge and your mechanics suck, you're not getting there. If you only know mechanics and your game knowledge sucks, you're not getting there. You need both in tandem in order to reach one above all. You might be able to hit eternity, and I'm talking about the low area, but you're not hitting eternity like 100 plus points without understanding that. So for the most part, though, I think you played it really well. I don't think you're a bad player at all. It's just we got to get that game knowledge down packed. That's it. Okay. Today was a pretty good day. We got through. Oh, we'll do one more. We'll do one more because I want to do one of Blood Moons. Blood Moon put a lot, and I did one of them, but I didn't do another. So we'll do Blood Moons. Blood Moon, are you here? Are you getting some games tonight? I might play tonight, but I don't know if I'll play on stream. I don't think so. I probably just play off of stream. If I do, it won't be this stream. It'd be, I'll make another one. But we'll see. I have to actually feel like being on stream. I haven't even eaten yet. Well, I ate breakfast, but I haven't like eaten anything else after breakfast. So by the time I'm done chilling, I may not want to stream, and it might be a little bit too late. So. Let's see. Are you gonna make a video of yours? Yeah. So the members, you'll get your videos. Don't worry. But we've done all the ones that aren't members. Imagine not eating. Wait, I ate breakfast. Wait, I wake up later than you guys. So remember, I have a very late schedule in life period. So when I say breakfast, it's actually midday. It is not in the morning. But my breakfast was like around like 3 or 4. But I have a very late schedule in life. Like I generally sleep at like 6 a.m. and then I wake up around like 2. That's just how my schedule right now is. So whatever you guys think is early is not really that early to me, and whatever you guys think is late is not that late to me, because that's my schedule. So it's actually only, I ate like 3 hours ago, 2 to 3 hours ago. Well, actually that's later than 2, huh? Or 4. That's like 5. Like 8 or like 5. Imagine having a weird schedule. Imagine not being able to watch streams because you got to go to sleep. How about that? How about that? All right, so this is what Blood Moon said. Blood Moon said, I was trying too hard as tank. I have 80k damage blocked. Dude, that's what? What are you playing? Oh, Hulk? Really? Is 80k damage normal? Bro, I don't even take that much damage. It's cap. 80k damage is a lot of damage. I don't know if that's... Lauren, how often do you reach 80k damage blocked? That's a lot of freaking damage. Diluted, if you're here too, because I know you play a lot of Thor, how often do you reach 80k? 80k is a lot of damage to be taken. That's a lot of damage. If anything, I'm like 40 to 50, but 80? That's a crazy game. I guess it went into double overtime. So maybe that's why, but that's a lot of damage. That's a freak ton of damage. Well, I mean, damage blocked is also him shielding, yeah? But that's still a lot of damage. That's a lot. I honestly have no idea what I could have done to get us to win. Also, I know I'm sitting in a bit of a review. I'm sitting in a lot of review things, so I'll chill. It's okay. Send as many reviews as you want. Obviously, it doesn't mean I'll get to all of them. But if I can, I will. Don't even worry about it. Don't you guys ever think that you're sending in too much? Don't send like 30, right? But if you guys send like 3 to 5, not back to back, you know. But if you're like, hey, you know, week 2 I sent 1 or 2, and then week 5 I sent 3, you know, like that type of stuff is okay. So let's start over. This will be our last review for today. Hulk average blocked is 3k at 10 minutes. 80k is a lot of damage, bro. I don't think I've ever taken that much on a tank ever. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage.
3, 2,
So let's see what happened.
you have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Okay, first off, look. I understand what you're trying to do here. It didn't work out. It's fine. But after we took half HP, you just gotta jump away and go back to your team. You're banking on getting pocketed by Invis and Jeff, and they're not. Invis is, her healing is pretty busted. It is pretty fast, but it's not like Cloak and Dagger fast. And I mean, it is, but she has to shoot at you, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And Jeff's healing is very slow. You're trying to get healed and pocketed through this situation of these 2 strats. What is Jeff even doing? Okay, Jeff wasn't even healing you, first of all. Where did this guy go? Bro, whenever I see this Jeff skin, I'm not gonna front. I can't even be mad at this stupid character. I can't. This is the one skin that when I see you, I'm just... I can't even be mad at you. The other skins, though, oh, I'm mad. But when they do anything wrong in this skin, I just can't for some reason. It's very hard to be angry at them. Where was Invis? Bro, both strats didn't even know where you were. Holy. Yeah, that was just a positioning issue on you. It makes you want to... Whoa! Murray, relax. It's the duck skin for you? Yeah, I don't know. That skin just makes it really hard for me to want to KO. I think it's a good skin. Like, he looks like a cat. I think that's why. The added ears, it just got me. And that's like a cat. I don't want to hurt any cats. So then I'm just like, well, I guess I don't do nothing. Don't fall for it. Jeff is still Jeff. I mean, you're not wrong. This is gonna be a wild throw. I'm waiting to see how this works. Also, hello, Savage. Okay, I like that you're using the wall. Okay, wait, we're getting spicy. That was spicy. You really are using that Wolverine throw. Bro, that wolf is not playing. Okay, so you have 2 choices when people dive your backline like that, and you realistically can't do much about it. Your one choice is to just disengage from here on out. The other choice is to trade, and you go dive their backline. So while Rogue is doing her thing, the enemy team is worried about you. The sad part about this is you're really low on HP, so you're not going to get much out of it. But I just wanted to bring it up in context, is that when you do that, it makes it so that they can't follow up with her. Because if she ults and they all rush with her, they're at an advantage. But if she's going by herself, your team could possibly take her out. It's not enough follow-up damage sometimes that people can live. And, you know, so you do want to factor in, is it better for me to go forward and prevent them from pushing, or is it better for me to retreat with my team and regroup? Now you're full HP, so you can go back this way and try to fight. I mean, Jeff ate them, so it's fine. But if he never would have gotten them, then jumping to that backline would have been probably a little bit better. Did Gambit ult? He did ult. I didn't know that he ulted. All right, I would have disengaged entirely. I wouldn't even have jumped. I didn't know he ulted. But still, same concept. Remember that. Jetpack Cat will give you nightmares. I like Jetpack Cat, but I haven't played against enough good ones. I'm probably gonna play more Overwatch pretty soon. I still haven't finished my placement. Actually, I think I did finish my placement. Maybe I didn't finish it for DPS. Is there cross progression? Or if you rank on console like you do PC, you gotta reset? Like rivals. Does anyone know? I just don't know if more people play on console or if more people play on PC. That hate for that fish might need therapy. You're trouble. Dude, I've never seen a Wolverine get grabbed this many times. This is crazy. They must be pre-made, or like, is this normal? If you guys play The Thing or Hulk, did they be begging you for the grabs that much? That's ridiculous. Yeah, you just gotta disengage here. You tried, it's fine. You just got team fight wiped. It happens. Yeah, I don't know if I want to see a good Jetpack Cat. I was looking at accounts work. If I link my PC account to my console, it won't reset my PC rank, right? No, it won't. You can basically climb both at once if you really wanted to. It just resets the rank on your new linked platform. So here, I don't think it's bad, but we should have either we're going to KO or we're going to facilitate the fight for our team. When you did this, oops, wrong button. Oh my God, there we go. When you did this, your team was nowhere near. You just went. There's no follow-up. It takes forever for them to get to you. You weren't able to get a KO by yourself. We kind of just wasted it. Versus if we do the ulted right now, your team is there to follow up and then go. So really, there's only a couple of ways you want to use your ult. You want to use your ult like an engage tool to help facilitate. So like, okay, guys, I'm going. Play around me. We can get some stuff done. You can use it as your own. Now, using it as a ult to KO a lot of targets and wipe is something that only really experienced Hulk players do. And it requires a lot of game knowledge and understanding and combo usage as well. It's a very difficult thing to do, but you can do that. Usually, majority of Hulks can only pull off 1 KO, but really good ones can grab about 2 to 3 of them if played really well. And then you have another one, which is more of just kind of like a pressure negator. So pretty similar to how Rogue went to your backline. Well, you can use your ult to relieve pressure and jump into their backline. Now you have 2 teams dealing with 2 tanks at the same time. Stuff like that. Those are generally how you're going to use it. Or you can use it as like a way to peel. So if there's something that's ulting your team like Daredevil and you want to just ult to stop it, you can. I don't know if I would trade your ult for that ult though, but I'm just giving you an example. It's just something to think about. I don't think that ult was particularly bad. I just think you could have gotten way more out of it if you just waited for your team. Let them capitalize on you. Take everything! A Hulk fight over there of the century. I like your jumping, by the way. You have very good jumping, repositioning. It's super good to see. You shouldn't be predictable, and you're not. You're trying to be all over the place, and it's really good to see.
Final 10 seconds.
You are whiffing, though, brother.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Get the bubble. There you go. I don't know if I would have sat on the portal like that. I understand what you were trying to do, but I don't know if that was the play. I don't think that was the play to get yourself shrunken over time.
0, 2, 3.
All in all,
Switch things
there was only a couple of things that would have done better.
side you're on. You'll
And honestly, if you didn't mess up your first point fight, you probably would have been able to stop them before the 3. But that was just a pretty clean enemy 3 points. I mean, there's nothing really much to say. Nobody was at fault. No one was in trouble. You know, it is what it is. Oh, you played Venom. That explains the 80k damage. Okay. Okay. Bro, I was like 80k damage does not seem right for the whole at all. But now you're playing Venom and I can see how that makes sense. So with Venom, you're not really playing him like the Hulk. You're not trying to be in there all the time. You want to get on a wall or something, position, and look for a dive. You shouldn't be on the ground just fighting all the time. Like here, it's just a lot of effort and time wasted. I know you're trying to get healed, but like once you get healed here, I would like to see you climb the wall. And then look. If you did that, look at your Mr. Fantastic. You're telling me if you drop down on one of them or both of them, he couldn't help you fight and clean up? Even before that, though. Look what was happening before that. Huh? What's that? Where are you? Before this. Before that. Before that. Okay. You slam down. You do your stuff, which is fine. Cool. If you climb up here and then just wait for a second and then you slam down, this fight goes 1,000 times better. So I would like to see you use your slam more often when you play Venom. A lot of players don't use the slam, but that thing's on a 5 to 6 second cooldown. That is one of the most OP abilities in the game. To have a 5 to 6 second knock down or knock up and knock in on a 5 to 6 second cooldown? That's ridiculous. You need to be trying to use that 24/7. It's so good. Could you have one-shot that guy? Doesn't Gambit have 275 HP? Oh, it's 250. Ah, he snapped it. That's why it didn't work. If they're 275 HP, you have to hit them. He doesn't get the one-shot bang off of it anymore. Only 250 HP. Okay, it's kind of the same issue. Nobody's there to help you. How do we know this? Because your team was way back there before you swung in and flew, which means they can't capitalize on what you're doing. You're just taking too much damage because you're always fighting. That's all. You're fighting way too much. With the Hulk, what you were doing, I think is fine. Well, with Venom, you're not really doing a lot of preparation. You're just scrapping and scrapping and scrapping. I want to see you dive more, you know. In a situation like this, there's not really anything you can dive on, though. Because they're under the bridge. But now you can look for more. You see, you're not even looking to swing. You're not looking to go on the walls. You're not doing anything. You're just fighting them front to back like you're the Hulk. You need to slam, man. That thing is broken. It's so broken. Get on the wall every time it's down and slam. Slam. Get that into your muscle memory to always try to slam like that. And just keep doing it. It's so broken. Yep, like that. Now climb a wall when you can and slam again. Yeah, like that. And slam on the enemy. Like, that's all you're doing. Yeah, like that. Well, I would have waited so you get your slam off, but yeah, it's like that. That's really all Venom is. It's not that difficult of a character. I mean, there's more mechanical tricks and stuff for him, but you don't need to learn all that. Unless you really want to. I don't know if you have manual swing on. Is that what it's called? Basically not easy swing. I use both. I use easy swing to get out if I need to, and then I use the regular swing to reposition or something sometimes. Some Venom players only use one, but I highly recommend you to use both. It helps a lot because you can't always look away to leave, just like Spider-Man. You need to use both. You need to use the one where you look in web, something specific, but you also need to use the one to get out of jail free card like that. And I would recommend doing that with Venom as well. Wow, you guys got a lot of time on the clock. Oh, never mind. Oh, that's so unlucky. Spider-Man and Venom Man, I agree. Use both. Yeah, it's super useful to have both.
I'm opening a portal.
Get that vehicle
That
moving
Jeff is
again.
a troll, bro. Dude, that guy instantly got killed. The Vashanti's power. Yeah, I would like to see you just slam more, and I would like to see you have better target priority when you slam. Yeah, you're doing a good job with disrupting, but you can also look for KOs, and that's really important for Venom as well. And that's what makes him different from all the other tanks. He's one of the few tanks that can just one-bang somebody if they're not paying attention.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
You're too deep. Your team can't really play with you or help you. Something that you really have to stop doing. It took a long time for me to stop that too. It's a really bad habit to have though. Where you're trying to dive and disrupt and your team can't really play with you or see you, and it's just, if they can't take advantage of what you're doing, then you lose out quite a bit. You have to make sure that the enemy team can see you as well as your team. If you can make both possible happen, you're doing a good job. But a lot of your plays have been, my team is way over there and I'm over here, and they can't capitalize on what you're doing. They can't do anything. And yeah. I would never, if you're in overtime and it's the actual overtime rounds, never portal. You're going to stagger yourself and they're going to get way more out of it. What you want to do is just play for the next fight. Play for the next fight that's getting ready to show up. And you fight here. What you're doing is you're going to portal in, you're going to stagger, and then they're going to get further than that. And they're going to end up somewhere around there because you guys just staggered each other. Don't ever do this. It never works. Like, I didn't even have to even see it to know that it wasn't going to work. It never works.
Mortal pain is no
Ever.
You need to stop that
It is not
vehicle
worth
in its tracks. Better stop that vehicle.
You see? Now we're all staggered because of that portal. When we could have set up for the fight to already been in the spot where we win the fight. That's all that it was. It's just that portal was not a good portal. Also, we should not be playing Cap. If you don't go back on the Hulk, brother, I believed in your Hulk. Oh, but you're gaming. Hold up. Hold up. He said, Cap, you ain't, or Poppin', you ain't the only Cap player. What's up, baby? Okay, I see you, I see you. Blood Moon said I'm amp. What is the word? Blood Moon said I'm amp. I know the word, but I can't see it. Ambidextrous? Is that the word? Blood Moon said I'm ambidextrous. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I'm saying it right.
Time to switch things up.
Ambidextrous, not amp. Ambidextrous.
You'll need a top.
Blood Moon said I'm ambidextrous. I'm done. Bro said I can do what I want to do, bro. What up?
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? We won't run away anymore.
You subscribed for 3 months, brother.
60 seconds left.
Wait, you're a member of YouTube and you're subscribed on my Twitch. That's crazy. You're like chaos. You guys are crazy. Good with both hands? Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's technically not the correct context, but I just find it funny. I think each tank is a different hand. Change my mind. Wait, we're still on Cap though. We're still on Cap though. Casually ignores? Wait, but I commented. Why are you on Cap? If you don't play Hulk, everybody tries to convince me that Cap is good. Bro, I don't know who's spreading this lie, but they need to chill. Just because he's in pro does not mean he's good, bro. That's a whole different game. Okay, but Poppin', his win rate is high, and you actually have a high win rate on the character. Shut up! I just think you get more carry potential out of the Hulk than you do Cap, which is why I think you should play Cap. I think you would get a lot more accomplished here with him.
Final score.
Did you have dash?
4.
Nope.
Final score. 3, 2, 4.
How did he only eat you? Wait, brother could have actually like grabbed the entire team, no? Brother, if he could have actually grabbed the entire team if he just went over here. He would have had Blade. He would have had Invis. He would have had Groot. He would have had... Brother would have had the entire... Oh, no, he wouldn't have had Groot. Oh, that's what happened. I mean, I still think he shouldn't have ulted there in general. He definitely should have ulted over here. But that's unlucky. But I think he was also trying to heal Cap at the same time. Which... I'm a double member. True. You are a double member. That's unlucky, bro.
Final score. 3, 2, 4.
You ignored that? I'm on YouTube and Twitch too. Oh, are you? Are you? You are, aren't you? The thing is, I think because you're such a in the cut person, I don't actually notice it at that time. But you are subscribed on both my YouTube and my Twitch too. The reason why, I don't know how I forgot that. I don't know how I forgot that. That's crazy. Now I feel bad. Corinthian is on both too, though. What? How did I forget that? That's crazy. Okay, I don't think I forgot it. I just don't think I brought it up. I think that's what it was. But I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I don't know how. Now I feel bad. I'm trying to think like how I don't even know if I've ever said it before. Yeah, I don't think I don't think I've ever even said it before. Oh, I had said it. Oh my god, we're just cooked today, chat. We're just cooked today, and you guys want me to play ranked on stream, and I can't even remember someone who's been a member of my channel for God knows how long, and they also became a sub on Twitch, dude. Come on, come on, come on. That's crazy. The embarrassment to be the Jeff. I I really do hate when Jeffs eat on the point because I don't think they realize that it doesn't count, or maybe they do and they just do it anyway off of just wanting to win. I didn't forget. I just didn't bring it up. That is gonna work well for me. Look, that's what happened. Gotta eat something. The breakfast is not doing its work. Yo, facts. That's funny. No, I do appreciate, even if you're not a double member, I do appreciate you guys being a member, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube. I appreciate the support, obviously. You know, that's crazy how I forgot though. Or I don't think I forgot. The guy's just so used to Creathian being a supporter because Creathian's been a supporter for a very long time. I think it's just like some of y'all have been supporting this channel forever. I just consider y'all family at this point. Like, let me see. Surely you've been here. Yeah, Creathian's been supporting my channel for a year and 3 months, bro. He joined 15 months ago. The only person that's longer than his is Cloudy Crow, because he's at 28 months. These two have been here for ages. And Nash, 13 months. Adolfo is 9. So Murray is 5, Puka's 6. So like the fact that I forgot is only because, well, I didn't forget. The fact that it's just like ingrained. You've been there for so long now. I just think y'all like family. It's like, well, y'all already been here for ages. Clearly you guys support me whether it's through thick or thin. You know, you guys are just here. So that's typically what happens. It's like I'm just kind of like, all right, well. But I still do appreciate it. So what I'm hearing for all these, I should main Mags, Bucky, and Cap. I feel. Wait, what are you trying to say? Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, some of you guys have been here for ages. I really appreciate it. You guys are wild, especially because sometimes I do know for the people like Creathian that's been supporting for a long time. I think maybe Adolfo as well. But there's some spots where I just don't make content because I can't due to life for like a week, 2, 3. And then I come back and then you guys are still supporting the channel. Sometimes I've even gone for like maybe like a month and some change, maybe even 2 months. And maybe I put out like 1 or 2 videos. And then when I come back to being consistent, you guys are still there. Like that means a lot. So I definitely appreciate that. One day I'll get a job and support too. If only you're on Twitch, you can get my Prime stuff. I am on Twitch. See, Savage is one of them people. Dude, Savage is one of them people, bro. Nah, I respect Savage, and then Savage is always stabbing me in the back with the criticism, with the toxicity. Everything. Fam isn't over there? That's true. I don't really tell you guys to go over to Twitch that often. But there are people that lurk there when they're on YouTube as well. But I can see both. Some people will watch on Twitch but use the YouTube chat as well. I know Lauren, I think, lurks in both. I know Nash does too. I usually use Twitch as like a secondary. I don't try to force it, but maybe once I start doing other games, maybe I'll use. I don't know. What do you? I don't know. Maybe what I can do is I can stream it on Twitch and then upload it as a. I don't know. I like streaming on YouTube, man. It's just easier, but maybe I'll do something like that later on. But as I said before, Creathian, I do appreciate you for being a double member as well, just like Adolfo. I don't know if Lauren is a double, but Lauren is a member on Twitch as well. I'll do both too. I use YouTube chat because more folks are there, and at times often forgets Twitch chat. Look, I don't forget. It's just because on YouTube it already puts it in all of my playlists, you know? Like I have all my videos on YouTube, so therefore when I stream, you guys can just watch in the same location. Whereas if I stream on Twitch, you have to come from my channel, then go on. You have to use both, and it's like, well, if I already just keep it on there, then it's good. I think if you want to be discovered more, I think Twitch is better. But because I do YouTube before Twitch, at least for this specific channel, I prefer YouTube because that's where everybody is. But if I were just like, if I weren't a person that already had content established, I would definitely use Twitch over YouTube because you're discovered more there. But if you already make videos and stuff like that and you're kind of pronounced, YouTube kind of helps you a little bit because you already do content on it and it's got something to already feed from, you know? But okay, that was gonna be my last replay. You want me to? Okay, only because the last round is funny. How we won. Okay, we'll look at it. But this will be my last. Grab me something to eat, chill. I probably won't stream, but I will still play probably a couple of rounds before bed. But playing games after I do the replay reviews is pretty draining. I'm never really in the right mindset to do it. See, I've been following. I knew you were here. I just suck at my wording. Savage. Going back home to YouTube now. So on YouTube or on Twitch, your name is Smiley, and you're nice and kind to people. But then when you're on Twitch, but when you're on YouTube, your name is Savage, and you're toxic. Make that make sense. I'm a Gemini, fair. Fair.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
That's why I enjoy quick plays. I like quick plays. I don't play quick play by myself, but I do enjoy quick play with people. It's way more fun. It's way more fun.
Mission area is yours.
I think I could go a few more rounds.
One down.
I'm a Libra. I'm just here, existing. Everything that anything says about Libra is boring, if you ever noticed. It's always like, Libra likes calm. Libra likes fairness. Okay, anyway, next sign. Like, I wanna be something too. Why do I have to just be that? Why can't I have problems? Sometimes it says you're lazy, though, I think, as Libra. I think we're called lazy. Or at least we were a long time ago when I was younger. I don't know if they still call them lazy now. Oh, Lee. DPS gap. I went DPS, they made me solo tank. Wait.
Your team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
But there's another tank. So why are you on DPS? Also, I thought you played Score Girl. They have a disconnect, bro. That's so sad.
Keep going.
All patched up. I see you.
Brother, why are you playing Daredevil? I just realized. You want me to crash out? Do you want me to crash out? Why are you playing Daredevil? Yeah, I remember that you're a Virgo, Lauren. Apparently more intense battles can be found on quick play rather than ranked. I noticed that people in quick play freaking crap talk a lot for like no reason. And I can't stand it. I'm a Pisces, and apparently I'm sensitive and emotional. Are you? I don't think I've ever seen you be emotional or sensitive about anything. So many of my games have been thrown recently, I don't know what to submit. I feel that. I'm a Capricorn. I don't know what that means. All right, I'll read it to you. I'm pretty sure there's something about it. Capricorn. Here you go. Capricorn strengths: highly responsible, disciplined, patient, and practical. Possess strong leadership skills and relentless work ethic. Weakness: can be overly serious, stubborn, unforgiving, and prone to acting like a know-it-all. I have never actually seen you do that before. The know-it-all? Is it only because I technically know more than you in terms of at least rivals? Is that what it is? So you just feel not to overcorrect me? That seems weird. What you like is stability, traditional values, quality craftsmanship, and achieving professional milestones. I can see that one. Dislikes: inefficiency, laziness, and chaotic environments. I feel like inefficiency is definitely something. I don't know about laziness because I haven't really seen you in that context. And the chaotic environments, I'm not sure about that one either. Capricorns are generally more compatible with fellow earth signs, Taurus and Virgo for stability, or water signs, Scorpio, Pisces, that appreciate their emotional depth and dedication. Career focus: they are often described as workaholics who value security and climbing the career ladder. Serious but loyal: while they may appear reserved, they are devoted friends and partners to those within their inner circle. I can see that. Motivated by growth: they are known for learning from their mistakes to reach the top, often described as builders of the future. Okay, relax. We don't need to give you that much. Chill. All right. Bam. Homie. But that sounds like you, at least that part. It sounds like I should be a Capricorn. All right, let's see what Gemini. What's Gemini? Personality traits: strength, charismatic, intelligent, perceptive, and great communicators. Weakness: can be relentless, inconsistent, and sometimes use humor to avoid deep emotions. Why are they toxic on here? Behavior: They enjoy variety, learning new things, and connecting with people, often exhibiting a dual personality. Tracks. Tracks. They are natural conversationalists and love to mingle. All that tracks. All that tracks. Mental rapport. A soulmate must engage a Gemini's mind and keep up with their rapid thoughts and changing moods. Need for freedom. Gemini needs a partner who does not trap them, allowing for personal growth and social exploration. Communication. Open, honest, and frequent conversation is essential. All right, let me do Virgo. Let me do Lauren. All right, Lauren's strengths is loyal, analytical, kind, hardworking, and reliable. We should just stop right here because that's untrue. They have a strong, grounded nature, preferring well-organized, practical approach to life. Weakness: can be overly critical of themselves and others. Shy, perfectionist. Wait, that's not the word. Perfectionist. Jesus. And prone to worry. They may struggle to express emotions, often favoring logic over feeling. Likes: cleanliness, nature, books, healthy food, and animals. Dislikes: rudeness, taking center stage, and asking for help. That tracks, bro. Lauren had never asked for no help. Lauren would die before she asked for help. Career: they excel in roles requiring attention to detail such as editing, writing, teaching, and healthcare. Goal-oriented: they feel happiest when they are working toward a goal and making a tangible impact. What was yours, Kato? You said Pisces? Oh, no, you're a Scorpio. Okay, I'll do you. All right. Traits: intense, loyal, respectful, analytical, and intuitive. Weakness: jealousy, secrecy, suspicion, and tendency to be controlling. As a rocket player? Where? Compatibility: Scorpios crave deep emotional intimacy and connection, often approaching relationships with all or nothing passion. They value loyalty above all else and fiercely protective of loved ones. Career and finance: Scorpios are excellent researchers and investigators, often thriving in careers that require uncovering hidden truths. Psychology, forensics, finance. They are determined and focused, often acting as deadly warriors in pursuit of goals. All right, let me do Leo. I feel like I don't feel like I don't see enough of you, Kato, to really say anything about yours. Does that sound accurate? Leo: strengths: confident, passionate, generous, loyal, and humorous. Weakness: can be arrogant, stubborn, self-centered, and inflexible. Golly, that is a whole host of nonsense. Hold up, Murray. Likes theater, luxury, bright colors, holidays, and being admired. I can see that. That tracks. They dislike being ignored, facing difficult reality, and not being treated with respect. I can also see that. Leos are most comfortable with fellow fire signs. Aries Sagittarius, and air signs Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, as these signs can match their energy or provide the mental stimulation they enjoy. Personality and behaviors, natural leaders. They are often found in leadership roles, bringing immense energy to any project. Generous friends. They are fiercely loyal and warm-hearted, often acting as a center of their social group. Dynamic flair. Leo brings a sense of theater to life, loving to be admired and enjoying creative pursuits. King of the jungle. They have a regal demeanor and strong sense of pride. Bro, Leo is toxic. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, Leo's actually toxic, bros. All right, let me do mine. Let me see. You guys ready for me to tell on myself? It's time. Either it's gonna be extremely boring, or it's gonna be like nothing. Okay, let me see. Strengths: diplomatic, cooperative, sociable, fair-minded, and gracious. Does that sound like me, chat? Weakness: indecisive. I think we should stop there. No, I'm just saying we don't need to know no more. I think that one tracks. Tends to avoid confrontation. All right. First of all, I don't know about avoid confrontation. I mean, I just don't feel like I should be a part of it. We should just shut it down. All right. Holds grudges. Chat, let me talk to y'all. I think this is a lie. I think y'all's is right. I think mine, someone's altering this. Bro, I don't hold no grudges. All right. I'm not gonna lie. I do hold the grudge. Look, for me to get to that level, for me to get to holding a grudge, I have to really hate you for some reason. Like you have to really go over it. For me to just hold a grudge, bro, I have to really be mad at you for something. And prone to self-pity. Hold up, we need the clear definition of self-pity. Hold up. Self-pity, the excessive self-absorbed dwelling on one's own misfortunes or suffering, characterized by a poor me mindset, feelings of unfairness, and an ability to take action to change the situation. It involves blaming external factors rather than taking responsibility, often leading to pity party. That's bull. All right, ain't no way. Ain't no way I self-pity anything. Nah. I will say I get into that mindset, but I will say that I never think there's an external factor. I just think that like I don't vocalize it. I just keep it internal. Like I do dwell on it on the inside, but I'm not like, oh my god, guys, please, I hate that, and I just feel nah. I don't pity party. Okay, look, it was Guang Guang's fault, not my fault. That's not pity party though. Likes: I like harmony, gentleness, sharing with others, the outdoors, and aesthetics. Tracks: dislikes: injustice, violence, loud mouths, and conformity. Okay, that kind of tracks. The first two definitely tracks, but loud mouths and conformity, hold up. Compatibility: highly compatible with fellow air signs, Gemini, Aquarius, and fire signs, Aries, Leos, and Sagittarius. Key areas: highly focused on partnerships, social justice, and finding a soulmate. Appearance and person. Why do I see more of mine and less of yours? Google? What? Appearance and personality. That wasn't in none of y'all's. Libras are known for having refined air and a strong aesthetic sense, often enjoying fashion, art, and stylish, comfortable environments. They are naturally mediators who strive for fairness, but may become exhausted by trying to please everyone. Why do they act like they know me, though? In career and life, because they value justice and balance, Libras often excel as lawyers, mediators, artists, or in roles that require high aesthetic sensibilities, such as designers or stylists. They are comfortable in social settings and rarely enjoy being alone. They may struggle with their decisions or express true feelings if they believe it will disrupt the peace. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know about the other one, but that one's fair. All right. And then Crethians, you were Pisces, you said. Imagine if I being. I did want to be a homicide detective, but that's not lawyer. So this is Pisces. Personality is compassionate, artistic, intuitive, gentle, and wise, but can sometimes be overly trusting, sad, or desire to escape reality. Strengths: highly creative, selfless, empathetic, often described as old souls who have learned the lessons of all other signs. Weakness: prone to escapism through sleep or fantasy, can act as a martyr or victim, and may be overly sensitive. Symbolism: two fish tied together, derived from the Greek. Okay, that's not really much of a thing to look at. Compatibility: most compatible with other water signs, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, and earth signs, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, which provide grounding. Dislikes know-it-alls, cruelty, being criticized, and having their boundaries ignored. That's like the most detailed dislikes than all the other signs that we've seen. Haven't all the other signs been like just some weird stuff? It's been like, you know, like this. It's just like random stuff. That one seems more like structural. You dislike being criticized? I don't know if I've run into that with you. Also, I don't think I've run into somebody who knows it all with you either. What do you guys think, chat? Did these sound like you? Or did these sound like nonsense? They like alone time and sleeping. Music, romance, swimming, and spiritual themes. I mean, who doesn't like sleeping, though? That's toxic. Who got us onto astrology? It was you. It was you. I find that as cap. I sent the review to you before. But when I review your games, do I actually criticize you or I lift you up? Because I don't think I criticize. I think I just lift you guys up. You know, there are some reviewers that do straight up criticize, but I don't really try to do that. Me neither. Too many fancy words. My English is not. It's not ready for that. Adolfo, I can't. I can't. That's actually so funny. This was 100% accurate. Let's be honest. Okay. Did y'all know people have multiple signs, like a moon rising and a sun sign? Yes, that is true. You can have multiple signs. I think the Chinese New Year signs are a bit more accurate, though. Like, do you guys know your Chinese New Year signs? I think those are a little bit more accurate. Well, not Chinese New Year, but Chinese. Is that right? Is it Chinese New Year signs? Let me see. Or is it? Oh, it's just Chinese. No, it is Chinese New Year's animals. Okay, I was right. I think those are pretty freaking accurate, to be honest with you. How do you guys know what you are? That's crazy. I'm a dog. Why is everybody so majestic? And I just bark. Wait a second. I just bark, bro. That's all I do. I'm a dog. Bro, I'm a dog. I'm man's best friend, I guess. Let me see. Okay, this is the last thing I'll do, then I'll get off, because I'm interested. I want to see your guys's. So let's look at Snake. What did they say about Snake? I'm super curious. How do we go from reviews to this? This is crazy. All right. Strengths for snakes: intelligent and analytical, calm under pressure, observant and intuitive, charming and sophisticated, determined once committed to a goal. Challenges: can be secretive or suspicious, sometimes overly cautious, may hold grudges, can appear detached emotionally, tends to overthink. That last one tracks. Personality styles: snakes are often described as quiet thinkers. They usually prefer depth over small talk and may keep their real feelings private until they trust someone. Many are naturally good at reading situations and people. Love and relationships: loyal when emotionally invested, values trust and emotional intelligence, attracted to stability and meaningful conversation, may need reassurance with communication because they can internalize feelings. Career tendencies: snakes often do well in fields involving strategy, research, psychology, finance, design or aesthetics, investigation, or analyst. You see, like, I don't know. I feel like the Chinese ones are just so good. They're super good. Okay, let's see what the boar is. Strengths: kind and compassionate. Well, we should just stop there. I don't know about that, Lauren. Honest and straightforward, loyal to friends and family, hardworking when motivated, optimistic and easygoing. That tracks. Challenges: can be too trusting, sometimes naive, may avoid conflict too long, can overindulge in comfort or pleasure, occasionally stubborn. Personality style: boars are often seen as genuine, friendly people who value peace and comfort. They usually prefer harmony over drama and tend to create welcoming environments around them. Many people see them as dependable and sincere. Love and relationships: affectionate and devoted partners, value emotional security, enjoys deep companionship and shared comfort, usually forgiving but dislikes betrayal. Characteristic or career tendencies: boars often thrive in roles helping others, hospitality, teaching, healthcare, creative work, team-oriented environments. Okay, you know that. Okay. All right, Adolfo's is rooster. Let's see. Rooster. Strengths: hardworking and disciplined, observant and detail-oriented, confident and expressive, honest and direct, organized and dependable. Challenges: can be overly critical, sometimes stubborn, or I can never say it for some reason. Perfectionistic, may come across as blunt, likes recognition and appreciation, can worry about appearances or reputation. Personality style: roosters tend to like structure and competence. They often notice things others miss and usually take pride in doing things correctly. Many have a strong sense of style, presentation, or personal identity. Love and relationships: loyal and protective, appreciates honesty and consistency, likes partners who are dependable and respectful, can struggle with emotional vulnerability at first. Career tendencies: roosters often do well in management, finance, military or law enforcement, public speaking, fashion or beauty, technical or detailed heavy work. I think all that tracks. Tiger is a tiger. Weird, but let's see. Common tiger traits. Strengths: brave and confident, charismatic and energetic, and independent thinker, protective of loved ones, adventurous and ambitious. Challenges: impulsive at times, can resist authority. Oh no. Hold up, tiger. What's going on? Prone to emotional extremes, sometimes impatient or rebellious, and may take unnecessary risks. Personality style. Tigers are often seen as natural leaders who dislike feeling controlled. They usually have a strong presence and tend to pursue life intensely rather than cautiously. Many are driven by passion, ideals, or personal freedom. Love and relationships. Passion and exciting partners. Needs independence within relationships. Loyal when emotionally committed. Can struggle with jealousy or impatience. Career tendencies. Tigers often thrive in leadership roles, entrepreneurship, entertainment, sports, activism, emergency or high risk pressure work. Tiger, what do you do? Who was the snake? Crethian was a snake. Papa's always toxic to me? Wait. Goes, I'm gonna stop there. Because it's not accurate. Alright, me and Savage are dogs. So let's see what it says. Alright, Savage, don't drag me down with you. Because Savage is toxic. Alright. Common dog traits. Loyal and dependable. Protective of loved ones. Honest and fair-minded. Intelligent and practical. Strong sense of justice. Challenges. Can be pessimistic or anxious. First of all, I'm optimistic. I am anxious, though. That's a lie. I am pretty pessimistic. I'm optimistic, but I do have a pessimistic side. But that's because I generally overthink negative things. Like, I can say, okay, we're going to the movies, right? Well, I still process it as like, cool, we're going to the movies. But I also think about the bad things that could happen to and from. I don't think that's pessimistic, though. I do think I'm pretty optimistic. I think that's more of just overthinking it. I don't think that aligns with the trait at all. But I am anxious. Sometimes overly skeptical. Facts. May struggle to trust quickly. Facts. Can become stubborn when emotionally hurt. Facts. Tends to worry. Facts. All that tracks. All that tracks, except that pessimistic, because I'm not pessimistic. I'm optimistic. But the rest of that, though, that's pretty good. Personality style. Dogs are often seen as trustworthy people who value integrity over status. They usually care deeply about the people close to them and often act as protectors or supporters in relationships and friendships. That sounds kind of cute. I'm not going to lie. Love and relationships. Deeply loyal partners. Value emotional security and honesty. Proactive and caring. May need reassurance when trust feels uncertain. That is so facts. That last one, may need reassurance when trust feels uncertain. That's so facts. That's so facts right there. That one's crazy. Career tendencies. Law or justice related work. I did go to college to be a homicide detective. Counseling, teaching. I do teach. Healthcare, public service, advocacy, or nonprofit work. I've done that before as well. This is pretty on point. This one's pretty on point aside from the pessimistic standpoint. Everything else is pretty on point. Hi, Papa, and I watched your VOD review of me. My in-game name is Sora from... Yeah, I remember that one. You were playing White Fox. I was playing solo queue without comms. Really? You're playing without comms? It seemed like your team was just really ready to help you. Your teammates were good? Yeah, they were really good. I don't know if those traits really describe me. Tiger. Tiger! You're pessimistic and anxious, but I don't think I've ever seen you be pessimistic about anything. Poppin's also toxic, so that trap. Wait, what? 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 Wait, what about it tracks that? What about it tracks that I'm toxic? Wait. Being pessimistic is what tracks? Or me being stubborn when emotionally hurt. I do get like that. And that's not even, it's funny because it's not even when it has to be like a partner. I could just get emotionally hurt from anything. And that is so facts, bro. If you lose, that's why I said I don't really hold grudges. But if you do something that like really triggers something in me, then I ain't messing with you no more. You are shut out my life. You were saying Savage was toxic and you both are dogs. That's just because Savage ruins my image. That's all. I think I'm not toxic. Okay. Well, we had a great stream today. Think it's impossible for me to sugarcoat? Yeah, I don't usually do that. Anyone who's ever gotten coaching from me and we were talking in a one-on-one session, y'all know for a fact I tell you guys I don't do that. I don't think there's a reason to sugarcoat. You know what I mean? You hold grudges on Magic, Jeff, Iron Fist, Adam Warlock, Daredevil. You're building quite a list. Look. Okay. I've actually come around to Jeff. I don't think Jeff is as bad. I still think that he's bad. But I don't think that, like, I think good Jeffs make him better. Before, I thought that Jeffs was just awful. But with these old changes, good Jeffs make him better. Would I prefer to Jeff on my team? No. Do I care at this point? No. Why? Because there's strat pull. That character needs to be removed from ranked. I do not care. They should not put that fool on strat. He should be removed. I have never had such a low win rate with the strat other than that one. That one is like the most useless. And I know Pop and I play strat pull and it's my main and okay, well that's you. Dog, strat pull is garbage. Like it's actually garbage. There's nothing worse than strat pull. Ever. That's why I don't trip off of Jeff anymore. Because I'd rather have strat pull. I mean, I'd rather have Jeff than strat pull. I'd rather have Jeff than White Fox. And that one seems even worse. But I just think there's a lot of bad White Fox players out there. Add another grudge to the list. All right, the characters that I don't like on my team. Adam Warlock, Jeff, strat pull, White Fox, Captain America, Penny. I actually don't mind Mantis. They just all suck. But like, if you're a good Mantis, I'm not tripping. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I don't like having Ultron on my team either, because most of them suck. I don't mind him, so I wouldn't really put him on that list. I just think most are bad, so I don't like them. But like, I don't really mind him, to be fair. Pop is Cristiano at this point. Get a notepad and a pen ready to click, and you go, you just made the list. That's pretty good. What did White Fox do? She's great. A lot of people suck. What is her win rate? Just real quick before I get off, because I am curious. What is White Fox's win rate? Her win rate's 50%. Oh, wait. 50% on PC. 50% on... It's the same. It's literally the same. But her play rate is 13%. My God. 14 on console. Cloak and Daggers played more on PC. Doctor Strange just played more on PC than console. Invis has played more on PC than console. The top 5 for PC is Invis, Doctor Strange, Cloak and Dagger, Mag, White Fox. The top 5 for console is Invis, Doctor Strange, Cloak and Dagger, White Fox, and Magneto. Why Magneto? That's crazy. Oh, it's the same. They're just... White Fox has played more than Magneto, but it's the same. Then the highest win rate on PC is Magic with a 56% win rate, 56.80. Daredevil with a 56.45. Ultron with a 56.3. Storm with a 55.18. And then Penny with a 55 flat, basically. Console, Magic has a 57.71% win rate. Console, Penny has 55.96. How is Daredevil getting less wins than Penny? Daredevil 55.87, Ultron 55.81, Storm 55.16. But I feel like that's kind of skewed because nobody plays those characters. Storm and Ultron, really. Cap has a higher win rate on PC than console, but people say that console players can aim more. Thinking. I'm toxic. Anyway, that's that. People coming after Invis for her win rate and pick rate. We gotta hide her from the nerfs. I honestly think that people who play Invis typically pre-made. And so they get a lot more wins because they're duoing or stacking. That's my philosophy anyway. I don't usually see people playing Invis if they're solo queuing. They just play different characters. Maybe they'll play Cloak, but I don't typically see them play Invis. I'm finally ready for a VOD review. T-Mill, we were about to get off of stream. T-Mill. Okay, if you got a game, I'll review it real quick. How about that? If you got a game, I'll review it real quick. Because this will be the last Saturday before the replays reset. But if you're not really tripping, then I won't do it. Up to you. I don't think I have your name. I don't know your name. Is it T-Mill? Oh. Okay. All right. Absolutely last review chat, and then we will be getting off. It's this one, the most recent one. I promise. Because y'all like to keep me talking. Y'all like to keep me talking. On the new map. Oh, so it was this one, 3 and 13? This one? Okay. My friend is demanding my presence, so I gotta go. Bye, everyone. See you later, Savage. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for stopping by. Yapping often with Lofton. Hey, it was fun hanging out though. I'm not gonna lie. They left me to solo take on defense. Couldn't do anything. All right, let's see. Let's see. When you're solo tanking, you can't really take a lot of aggressive fights.
4,
So that's something you always have to keep in mind.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
So if you do anything aggressive, you're already messed up.
Our enemies are near. I am strengthened.
Like that. You already messed up. We can't be aggressive because you're solo tanking. It's actually such a boring thing. I don't like solo tanking because I can't play the game. And I think every person that solo tanks really doesn't like it because of that. But you basically, you just gotta let them come in, man. You gotta let them come in. Honestly, too, in general, it's way easier to hold in this section than it is to hold outside. Mostly, though, I would hold here if I really wanted to hold a little bit aggressive. But this area is way better than anywhere else forward. So I would hold there. You have a lot more cover. You have a lot more room to play around. And it's just better there. But I wouldn't be aggressive in general because you are solo tanking. If you get KO'd, they lose. So you got to back up.
Ionic magic.
The best way to think about it is like you're playing defense, not offense. So every play that you do needs to be a defensive play. That walking forward is not a defensive play. So this is just an easier way to get into the mindset of tanking. Especially when you get to take an advantage of. I don't know how high you want to climb, because I know you usually stop at GM, but like if you want Celestial, this is something that you have to keep in mind with your gameplay because it helps to keep you in check. If you are playing on defense, then you need to play defensively. If you're playing on offense, you can play offensively. Doesn't matter if you're a dive tank or a stationary tank, it doesn't really matter. It's the same. So all your plays should reflect that. You look like Moon Knight is just dogging your back line. Let's see where he was doing it from. Do you agree that when you play DPS, staying alive is very important than the kill? I think everybody staying alive is more important than the kill. But as DPS, it's a little bit more lenient because you could trade. So if you trade your life for like another player that's really important, then for the most part, that is a good thing, right? Like if you trade the DPS for a strat, I think that's pretty valuable. But if you trade a DPS for like a tank or a DPS for another DPS, you're kind of still even. If you could trade two people for one, that's good. So DPS is more about trades rather than just I stay alive all the time, depending on the situation. What was a Black Cat doing the whole time? I mean, no matter what rank you're in, your team's gonna suck. It's hard, you can't really play with that mindset, you know? You just gotta let them be bad. But walking out as a solo tank lets them just go in for free. What it does is it makes your strats pay attention to you when you're 3 years away. I don't even think they can hit you. It also makes your team focus on you. So while they're all focused on what you're doing, because when you're tanking, you're the one controlling the pace of the fight, right? Like people fight when you fight. So if you're doing that and they're all focused on what you're fighting, and then you have other people like diving your backline, but you're so far out there, like it's really hard to pick and choose. Because if I fight with you, I'm looking forward. If I fight with them, I'm looking back, and everybody's just sandwiched. So when you're solo taking, well, it's not really just when you're solo taking, really, but when you're taking in general, you don't really want to put your team in that much stress. You want to try to fight where it's better for them, and then you fight, you know? Because as you push forward, look at all that's happening behind. Your team managed to do something about it, but their Moon Knight was able to get picks off of that whole situation. Now, let's just say you were holding here, and you never walked out, and your shield never broke, and you never got low, and you were playing the same game here, right? Or even if you were playing it here, they don't ever really do anything to your team, and you're right there to help. Now, the only time that it'd be okay for the DPS to trade your backline is if you could trade it on there. So let's just say you got the Moon Knight and you guys were able to trade, then that's better. But he kind of got away with it for free. So obviously it's a 6v6, right? It's not anyone's direct fault. It's literally a 6v6. We gotta try to make it easier for our team. And you being aggressive when you're the solo tank is very hard, especially when they have divers. Because what's happening is this. This is pretty much what's happening. And this has happened twice already, including this time. Is that you want to make a play, which I think is fine. You know, I think it's cool that you want to make a play. That's perfectly fine. But look what happens when you do that. You're never really paying attention to what they're doing. And you try to force a play. But every time you do this, look what happens. Oops. What happens? You force a play, and look what happens to your backline. And you're thinking, okay, we're fighting together. You're there for us. They're getting dope, and you're still doing you. You're still doing you, but they're still getting dope. They're still doing you. You're still trying to play the aggressive play, but they can't help you, and you're still forcing. You're still forcing, and they can't help you, and you're still forcing. They can't help you. They want to help you. They're actually trying to fight the divers and try to fight with you at the same time. It's a lot. And they're still trying to help you. They're still trying to help you, but they can't. They're still trying to help you. Still trying to help you. Still trying to help you. And you get KO'd. You didn't get KO'd because your team sucks. You got KO'd because you were overextended and they can't help you at the same time as trying to help themselves. Because they are trying. Your entire team, they are trying to help you. Like, they are trying. But it's just, you can't have them do all of this at once. If this was a really high ranked game, different story. But my advice for anyone trying to climb through lower ranks is just try to get them to not have to work so hard. If you're going aggressive while they're getting dove and the healers have to pay attention to you and then the healers have to pay attention to that and they have to fight that at the same time as trying to heal you, that's a lot of work for a low ranked player. But if you say, well, they're getting dove, and I know they're getting dove, let me just back up and wait for them to finish, whatever, you know. And then once the divers are done, I'm going to go walk forward and my team is ready to fight with me. That's all it really is right now. It's just inconsistency between you and your team. Your team is never on the same page as you. And when you're solo tanking, it's even harder. It's not about them peeling. It's just you're going aggressive when you don't have any resources for you. You know what I mean? You don't have to peel. You just have to not get KO'd. That's all it is, really, at the foundational level. You just have to not get KO'd. They were doing a good job fighting off the dive. They're doing a good job getting KOs. But if you're solo tanking and you fall, the fight's over, period. They don't need you, but they just need to make sure that you're not KO'd. If you get KO'd, it's over. So just chill. Like, this is fine. Why is this fine? Look, it's fine because you're behind cover. You're having a 1v1. You're chilling. You know, you're healthy. If anything happens in the back, you're fine. You're chilling. You see how much healthier you are because you're using cover? You see how much healthier you are? Meaning they don't need to focus any resources on you and they can focus it all on the divers. If you're eating resources when they're fighting and eating resources, it's very hard to pick between who do I give resources to. So Moon Knight's getting dove right there by the magic. We have to make sure that we don't make an aggressive play. You don't need to hold, you just need to back up. That's all you gotta do. And you see, look how much HP you don't take this time. What did you do? You backed up and you sat in cover. The other two times, here and then at the entryway, you walked into them while your team was getting dove. This time, you got pressured and you just backed up and just said, I'm gonna wait. That's what you do. That's what you do. So that was good. And then after they're done diving, you push, which is what you're doing. You back up to give room. I'd probably be in there a little bit more because the Black Cat ulted. But I think he played it fine. I wouldn't have ulted that because we already technically won the fight. Look, if we go back. We already got one. We already got two. I guess you already ulted by time that, but I don't know if I would have ulted that just because it wasn't necessary. You guys were already winning. I'm trying to play around the point the whole time, so most of my fights are around the payload. Yeah, exactly. It's not the payload, though. It's around cover. Cover is what you're playing around. Don't make it seem like it's just the payload. It's cover in general. When you play around cover, you're chilling. Hard to take you out. Your team gets dove. You can just relax behind the cover. Wait. Not just a payload. That's what we need you to do. It's not that anybody is bad. It's just that our timing is just inconsistent with our team. That's all. Okay, this is where you just say it's a wrap. You reset, you try to get away with your life, and you just run away and you fly away and you reset. You guys lost this. You can't fight it. Don't even try. Yeah, you're wiped. How do we know the fight's over? Because Luna got picked. It sucks. Agreed. Can't really do much about it, though. That's just how the fight breaks down. Bright side is they use 2 to 3 ults. Hey, you're going back. When you do things like this, remember, you got to make sure your team can see you. I know you feel like this is the right choice, but you don't necessarily have to do it. Because that black cat's not your problem. After she gets out, you can just retreat. And just dip. And go back. I just think, again, one thing that would help you out is just learning to play with your team a little bit more. And I, as a top 500 player, I had to play through silver, okay? I still had to play with my teammates. But that skill right there makes it so much easier for you to climb. Like, it's so much easier. But I've already learned that skill, so it's very easy to apply. It sucks because some of your teammates are horrible, and you don't really know how to play with horrible players, but when you get the skill, you'll understand how to do it. In this game in particular, your team wasn't actually bad. It was just nobody was on the same page. That's all it was. You're doing it again. You're walking forward for no reason. And then they have to put so many resources into you. They have to try to make sure you're alive. They have to try to make sure to fight with you. And it's just a lot of extra work you're making them do. And they're trying their best. But it's so difficult because you're making it difficult for them as the tank. Again, you're not why your teammates can't play the game. It's just you're making it very hard for them to play it. Imagine if the normal way, like if I were tanking for my team, if I were tanking for this team, it would look like this. Let's take a look. It would look like this. Nice and fat. That's what tanking for my teammates would look like. Very steady, stress-free. This is what your tanking looks like. Very thin. And it's getting ready to snap. And when it snaps, it's too much stress, like a rope or anything that you stretch, you know, it's too much stress and eventually it'll snap. That's your gameplay. My gameplay, if I were in this match, would be a lot of leeway, a lot of resistance. Should you guys get dove? Hey, don't worry, I'm full HP. I don't even need your heals. Should you guys need me to walk up? Don't worry, I'll wait till you're finished and then I'll walk up. Basically, I'm making it so stress-free for them that it's impossible for them to suck because I'm making it very stress-free. The thing is, what happens is just like there's like a slight disconnect between your gameplay and theirs, where you expect these guys to know how to react to these crazy situations, and then when they don't, it's frustrating, rightfully so. But they don't understand it; they're just not that good. See you later, Adolfo. Thanks for hanging out. They're on mic the whole game. You beg for a second tank the whole time. I can't do it. It's never gonna change. You're gonna have to solo tank no matter what rank you get to. Even if you beg for it, it's a skill and it's a hard skill, but it is something you gotta learn how to do until they do something about it. Like, it's not easy. As I was saying, it's not easy to solo tank, for sure. For sure. But that doesn't mean there weren't things we could have done differently to make it less stressful for our team. And that would be just timing your engages a little bit better. An easy way to think about it is really like they have 2 divers and then they have a Moon Knight. So if we can try to block the Moon Knight when my teammates get dove, They should be able to deal with 2 versus 5. If they can't, then they need to uninstall the game, or we need to surrender. But they should be able to, and they were. They were able to handle Magic and Cap by themselves. And then once Magic and Cap leave, that's when you can start being aggressive and start walking forward and start fighting. And then once they dive again, you gotta relax. It's just a game of push and pull. But I don't think any tank enjoys solo tanking, especially on defense. Domination, I actually don't mind domination. I don't mind solo tanking on domination, but solo tanking on defense is rough. I don't mind solo tanking on offense either.
Ready for another ghost fighter? The current score is 0-2.
So yeah, so far it's just playing more with your team's pacing, playing more with, and then of course the classic. Let's do 2 tanks on offense, but 1 on defense. The classic.
Including which side you're on. All you need to do is capture
But yeah, the main thing is just being on your team's same page, right? You shouldn't be walking forward if your team isn't ready to walk forward. Oh my God. Poppin', get the buttons right. Okay, there we go. You see what I mean? It's a running theme. That's just your gameplay style. When you play tank, you like to be aggressive, but you're not paying attention to what's happening back there. It doesn't mean you have to look, but it does mean you got to pay attention. If we're on your screen, here's what we can see, and we can tell when this is why we shouldn't move forward. So look. How do we know we shouldn't walk? And we should chill out. Right now, we should back up. And then stay back. Just stay back. Just stay right here. Because you're not getting healed. When you identify that you're not getting healed, you need to stop playing the game. But you're like, well, I'm going to keep going. Yes, your Emma's very deep in there, but that's her fault. You're not getting healed, and you got to figure out why. So either we stop and we wait, or we turn around and see what's going on. In this instance, they were getting dove by Venom. So there wasn't anything that your teammates could really do about this situation. So we shouldn't move. And if we get KO'd, the only reason we got KO'd is because we kept moving when we shouldn't. This isn't that you need to peel, so don't confuse it. It's that you need to stop playing the game when you're not getting any more resources. And this is why it's always important to be healthy, because, you know, you won't need them as much. Same thing. Let's see. We walk forward. Okay. This is fine. Okay, you're chilling. You're still getting healed. So you don't need to turn around that much. Okay, we're getting low. What I would do, since you're low, you can't do anything anyway. Turn around. You know? And see what's happening. That's all you gotta do. Is it 5v6? Yeah, someone disconnected. That rocket is trolling for that beacon. See, you haven't even looked. Okay, now you look. Look how long it took you to look. Honestly, Rocket should have been healing her too. I don't really know what's going on with that Rocket. This dude just, like, everybody just ignores the fact that she's getting accosted back here. Look how long it took you to turn around. Like, seriously, pay attention to this. Look, he's still back there. He's still back there. He comes in at 3 minutes, basically. He stays back there without doing anything. Rocket just dips. He's still back there. He's still back there. He's still back there. It took 20 seconds for you to turn around and see what was going on back there. I mean, but it's not a calm or ping thing though. It's just awareness. It's just awareness, though. Like, you're not getting healed. You got to figure out why. And the only real way to figure out why is to turn around. That's really it. I actually made a video about this not too recently. Or not too long ago. Not too recently. I made a video about it. Because I was in the same type of game, but I was solo tanking on defense. And it's called How to Hold Card as a Tank. And this is where I'm solo tanking. I think I was solo tanking. I'm pretty sure I was solo tanking. All right, so I'm gonna put it in the. So that's that video. But basically, the gist of it is when you notice something you're not getting healed, you have to like get that understanding like something's not right. And when you get that understanding that something's not right, you got to stop playing the game and figure it out. When do we notice that something's not right? Because I don't think what you were doing was bad. Everything was pretty good. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. You're still fine. I don't see a reason to turn around. You could look now if you really want to, but you're still full HP. You just can assume that someone's fighting and, you know, that's not really your problem, which is fine. Then you see Venom. You saw him on your screen. This right here lets you know that I probably shouldn't move until Venom is dealt with. So you should have been turned around by now. You could destroy the nest, but you should have been turned around right now. And if you're like, well, I don't want to help her right now because I'm still doing my thing, okay, that's fine. But now you're not getting healed. And so we really should turn around. Because there's 4 players on 1. He would be KO'd or at least has to run away, and that's pretty good. Now, obviously, it is a 5v6, but the concept still remains, you know? So what I would say in general is that you as a take, remember that you are dictating the pace of the game. And you shouldn't be moving forward if your team isn't ready to give you resources to move forward. Because that's all that the game is just resource trading. If they don't have cooldowns for you, if they don't have health for you, if you don't have health, we shouldn't move forward. We should see why and then turn around and be like, oh, okay. You know, if you really want to, I do this sometimes, depending on which character I play. If I play Strange and Mag, I do it more than if I play Cap, because Cap is all over the place. But when I play Strange and Mag, what I'll do is I'll reload and look. So, look. Here's a little trick. When you reload. There. You don't need to look forward. Look here. When you reload, just turn around real quick. So, I'm going to try to do it and time it when you reload. Okay? I'm going to get normal speed. Normal speed. Oops. And you're back. With that little twist, you can see what's happening and you can see that she's low. And you can go assist with that. With that little twist. You could have even done it earlier if you really wanted to. It's the same thing for the cart situation here too. If you look, not there. But not there. All right. So we would hold near these boxes, right? We would play around this corner. But we walk really far, actually. I would definitely play behind this corner. But basically, let's just say that you are fine. And before you move forward, you want to just look back real quick. You would look back and you would see that they're busy, right? And you would back up. Once you start doing it, it'll help a lot. You don't need to look and stare. Just quick. Boop. If you can do it more than once, you'll start painting a bigger picture of what you see. It's not like I have to look and really pay attention. It's quick. But that's pretty much it. I always ping when I'm getting dove. Yeah, some players don't ping. I don't usually ping either. Usually when I'm getting dove, I figure nobody's gonna help me, so I try to play it. Like, I think a lot of strats feel like they need assistance, but they have tools to fight. And so does the DPS. So they should be able to fight the dive if they're dove. If I'm dove, I generally don't ping only because I feel like I can deal with it myself. Basically. So I'll also link you a video about how to deal with divers when you're tanking. I think it's very helpful too. So the other one is how to hold solo, and then this one's how to deal with divers when you're tanking. And it should be a lot easier for you to deal with that. I think the only thing is, like, nobody was bad. I don't think you played bad. I don't think your team played bad. I just think there was just a disconnect. Like, you wanted to move forward, but your team wasn't ready. They were getting dove. And then you wanted to stay, but your team was ready to fight. So that inconsistency just makes the game a lot harder for everybody. If you can get on the same page with your team a lot more, then it would make it easier for you to play the game and to make it easier for them to play the game. And that's really what you're looking to do. I'm pretty sure you've had a tank and you're playing support where you're getting dove and then they move forward and then they get KO'd and they're like, strategist, heal me, cloak and dagger, heal me, whatever. You're like, bruh, I'm getting dove. I don't really know what you want to do. You know what I mean? It's the same concept here. Just because your tank got KO'd doesn't mean that you're a bad strat. It just means your tank probably wasn't paying attention. But now the roles are reversed. You're playing tank, your strats didn't get the heal, or your DPS didn't play, and then you get KO'd. But it's still the same situation. It's just the roles are reversed. Now you're playing tank and they're playing strat versus you playing strat and watching your tank get KO'd. This is also why I play all the roles, just because I can see the different perspectives from each. You know? I was ever mad at my healers. I was mad at my tank. I mean, I'm mad at my DPS. Fair. If some DPS really don't care, that's fair. But I think your DPS did okay. Your Black Cat, I'm not really sure. Didn't look like she was doing much. She got an ult off here and there. But I think your Moon Knight and your Namor were doing pretty decently. I just think you were aggressive when you shouldn't be at times. That's all. When you're solo tanking, you should never really be aggressive because once you go down, it's over. And there's not any other front line if they're able to walk past you. Because you can walk too far forward where they walk past you and then now you're really in trouble. So the goal is to keep like a buffer between you and the team. And if they start approaching you, you got to start walking back because you need that buffer. There's only one tank. If they get past you somehow, you're not getting resources. They're going to get KO'd or you're going to get picked. You have to keep that buffer between you and them. And if they push you, they push you. That's just the sucky part about solo tanking. You got to back up. You might lose point, you might whatever, but you got to back up. You walked forward, which is the opposite, and that led to KOs. But when you did hold your ground or when you did back up, it worked really well. So, you know, that's pretty much how that goes. But that's something that a lot of people struggle with. That's not something where it's like, oh, T-Mill, you don't really. No, everybody struggles with that. I struggle with that. Every tank player struggles with that. It's timing your aggression is just a very difficult thing to do, especially if you don't use comms. And just being able to flip around or get a sense of like, I'm not getting healed, what's going on, or something like that. It helps a lot. 313 is wild. I've seen worse. I've actually been worse too. We ain't gonna talk about it though. But I'm glad I was able to look at your replay. That was my last one, like I told you guys before. We've been on for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Commander Logan, hello. We're just getting off though. But good to see you. We've been on for a while. We've done a lot of replays today. We got through all the replays. Remember, your replays will be reset next week because the new season's coming. So I'm going to erase that whole entire replay channel. And you guys are going to have to put the new replays in for season 8. But I hope you guys enjoyed today. I remember I do free replay reviews every Saturday. So you can always come by and get your replay reviewed if you need. And yeah, if you want to improve, that's where you do it. Thank you for the feedback. Yeah, no problem, T-Mill. No problem, T-Mill. Like I said, I don't think anybody was bad that game. Your Black Cat was kind of sus, but like I don't think you played bad, and I don't think your team played bad. I think it was just more of just inconsistencies. Like they were just different pages, and that could feel horrible. So my advice is just try to see from their point of view and see what's going on, and you probably would be able to clean that up real quick. Thanks, Papa. No problem. Have a good night, bro. Thank you. You too. Thank you guys for being here. As I said, I always love streaming for you guys and doing your replay reviews. Hope you guys get better. I appreciate you members and subs because you guys are the reason why we're able to do this and all this extra free stuff. But I will catch you guys next. Also, Commander, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Wait, Karethan, are you still here? Hold on. Karethan redeemed a hot take, and if he's still here, then I'll do a hot take. I'll just do one anyway, even if he's not here. So just a really quick hot take before we go. Hot take. You know, I actually did one. I think strap pull should be removed from ranked. I genuinely think that should not be a character in ranked. I did it already, so you actually got it. You got it like 20 minutes ago. But I genuinely think strap pull should be removed from ranked, period. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. Until next time, you know what I always say. Thank you guys for doing what? Popping often. Will often. Hot take, Emma's Talsian is bad. It's atrocious. T-Mill, stop. That's not a hot take. Y'all wildin' right now. Oh, it isn't bad. It's atrocious. I mean, that's too bad. Y'all toxic. Okay, have a good one, guys. Thanks for watching.